They asked him to strip off all of his clothes while discussing his asylum claim. The uniform was loose on him, 2 sizes bigger to accommodate his solitude. The being is strangled somewhere nearby. On their way to court, they disposed of him and his documents. He never paid any attention to numbers. They called it in his room so he could commit suicide in private. The last time they called his name, he was not there. His shoes had new soles. He enjoyed photographing feet, including his own. His title was written in bold. His name looked faint. The interview failed to conjugate a verb in the past tense. His name looked faint. He opted for the present tense instead. He saw term, terminate, and terminal on the same page. He landed unscathed. His only injury was mental. In the end, he claimed asylum. Good morning, friends from all across the world who are joining us today on this Google Meet, plus hundreds of participants who are joining us from across the world in our YouTube Live. We welcome you from Panchla Mahavidyalaya, Department of English, and the Department of English of Puras, Kanpur, Haridas, Nandi Mahavidyalaya from West Bengal. We welcome you to this wonderful seminar that has been put together by your department and by the Department of English of Puras, Kanpur on representations of violence and othering. I see that the living icon, Professor Bill Ashcroft, is already here with us. But before that, we will be just taking 10 minutes to introduce this session. First of all, since we are running short of time, and we will have to be very, very quick in this section. Let me take the names of 3 people who are very, very important to us, who put this seminar together. One of them, of course, is the head of the Department of English of our college, Professor Debulina Das. The head of the Department of Puras Kanpur, Haridas Nandi Mahavidyalaya, Professor Sharanya Sen. My brother, Noshka, who is there all around. And of course, our principal, Dr. Orpita Mondol Nandi, and the teacher in charge of Puras Kanpur, Haridas Nandi Mahavidyalaya, Dr. Tapobrata Bhaduri. They are all there with us. But before that, since he's a very busy man, I would first request Mr. Dipanjan Chakraborty to address us as our sponsor partner for this event. He's the founder of Zinix Life Sciences. Dipanjan, I would ask you to very briefly address this August gathering.
Hello, good morning, everybody. It's an honor and privilege to be part of an event like this. It's absolute honor to be able to contribute and associated in a program like this. And I wish every success and all the best to everybody associated with this program. And I would love to be associated again in the future and take the learnings from you all. So all the best for the program. I'm actually in the middle of another conference in a hospital, so I wish everyone good luck, and I'll be there, staying tuned for the rest of the day whenever possible. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Dipanjan, so much for your very kind address. Now, I would ask our principal, Dr. Orpita Mondol Nandi, to address this August gathering. Ma'am, please, the floor is all yours.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be addressing this August gathering. A very good morning and heartiest welcome to all of you present here. I really feel blessed to be connected to eminent personalities like Professor Bill Ashcroft, Dr. Sanjukta Dasgupta, Professor Simi Malhotra, Dr. Chandrani Biswas, and Dr. Kevin Potter. Uh, I'm really looking forward to a very, very enjoyable session. And thank you so much for an overwhelming response from all the participants in this seminar. I am grateful to Zenix Life Science, our sponsor partner, and Peter Lang, our publication partner. This seminar has been jointly organized, as mentioned by Nilanjan earlier, by Puras Kanpur Haridas Nandi Mahavidyalaya and Panchla Mahavidyalaya. I'm grateful to the teacher in charge and and his team. Welcome to the participants once again. It would really be unfair if I do not mention my dear colleagues from my college. Much appreciation to the zeal and enthusiasm of my young, brilliant team here. The topic that has been selected for this seminar is very contemporary, and this is Othering and Violence Representation through Literature, Culture, and Media. We have all known that literature and mass media have always played important and strategic roles in influencing public opinions and actions. Objective studies of media portrayals of situations or populations often reveal the preformed biases of the creators or of mass opinion of current times. There have been and still do exist othered, we put this in quote unquote, othered groups who have been subjected to violent control by groups in power. At the height of colonial imperialism and institutions such as slavery and casteism, othered groups have historically been represented in popular uh, conscience as uncivilized and hence dangerous. This, in turn, reinforces popular ideas about such groups and seeks to justify and discrimination against them. This perpetuating system of discriminating becomes a vicious cycle and drives even the most ordinary citizen of society to have a vendetta against such people. Such themes have been found in different genres of literature, be it historical nonfiction or fantastical depictions of coded othered characters, and have also been increasingly apparent in the social media narratives being fed up to us by algorithms managed by biased groups. It has become more and more important that we recognize such details and make logical, informed interpretations instead of just being led like a pack of sheep. Violence limit violence doesn't only restrict us to physical violence. With the unregulated ease of access to social media, many have become emboldened to become vocal with their hate based on gender, caste, religion, or nationality. All of these have been on the rise in the recent years of social media boom and constitutes a really worrying trend of increasing violence against marginalized groups or even dissenters of particular ideologies. It seems everyone who doesn't prescribe to a person's ideals or beliefs becomes othered and hence can be justifiably punished with violence both physical and verbal, threatened or actual. In the context of the current social environment, analyzing such themes of othering and violence in literature, mass media, or cultural practices becomes really rather important. It becomes more of a duty to be informed citizen and individual and to recognize these subtle or glaringly clear topics in any art we consume. I won't take much of your time now. I would like to be hearing from our eminent personalities who have gathered here. I thank you once again, IFEST, for being with us. I am looking forward to a very, very interesting session and wish you all the best. Welcome once again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So now we will go to Dr. Topobroto Bhaduri, who is the teacher in charge of Puras Kanpur Haridas Nodi Mahavidyalaya, to address this August gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good morning, esteemed guests, prominent dignitaries, and the August Assembly. Puras Kanpur Haridas Nandi Mahavidyalaya is highly honored to collaborate in this remarkable initiative. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Panchla Mahavidyalaya on behalf of our college for allowing us to participate in this project. I too feel grateful to the esteemed speakers and delegates for their assistance with our collaborative effort. In philosophy, the other is a key idea that denotes anyone or anything viewed as separate or different from oneself. Consequently, othering involves perceiving or treating an individual or a group as distinct and foreign to oneself. Recognizing the concept of the other can greatly enhance our comprehension of the intricate and fascinating mosaic of human society. However, the practice of othering tends to establish a binary that may lead to conflicts of dominance and violence. From our viewpoint, acknowledging otherness is vital for the healthy progress of human civilization, and valuing differences without judgment or a desire to dominate the other is crucial for achieving harmony and peace. We hope that this two-day international conference on othering and violence will shed light on relevant matters concerning the concept of otherness and guide us in addressing the risks of othering sensitively. I send my best wishes to the organizers, guests, participants, and my all colleagues. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, so much. So now I would request Dr. Shanghumitra Das, the IQAC coordinator of Haridas, to very briefly address this audience.
Good morning and namaskar to all. On behalf of the IQAC team Panchla Mahavidyalaya, I welcome you all in this today's seminar, Violence and Othering, Representation Through Literature, Culture and Media, organized by IQAC Panchla Mahavidyalaya, the Department of English Panchla Mahavidyalaya, and the Department of English Puras Kanpur Haridas Nandi Mahavidyalaya, and the IQAC team Puras Kanpur Haridas Nandi Mahavidyalaya. I especially thank the Zenix Life Sciences Private Limited, Bangalore, and obviously the IFEST team. I take this opportunity to thank the principal of Panchla Mahavidyalaya, Dr. Orpita Mondol Nandi, for her continuous support and guidance. I sincerely thank Dr. Topobroto Bhaduri, principal, Puras Kanpur Haridas Nandi Mahavidyalaya. I would like to thank the Department of English of our college and the IQAC and the Department of English, Puras Kanpur Haridas Nandi Mahavidyalaya. So without much ado, I just say a few lines from Jibanananda in his Aishab Din Ratri, These Days and Nights, he writes, the last full history in half-truth is still on the shores of time, yet man loves this life. Man's mind knows the meaning of the life to be a good life for all, but the state lies far in the future. pushed by hordes of the blind and the maimed to an elusive end. For one famine is followed by another, one war ends in the battle cries of the next. For greed knows no bounds. There is no desire left other than of the wiping the smile of another's face. There is no movement other than from the given seat to the highest, making heavier the human load of falsehood, suffering, and sorrow. But this is not the end. He writes elsewhere, the world's blood and toil and glory are true, yet the last truth they are not. Thank you. I welcome you all again. Thank you, Nilanjan. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Dash. Now I would request Professor Pushpita Sengupta, the IQAC coordinator of Puras Kanpur, to please address this gathering. Very briefly, ma'am.
Namaskar. Warm welcome to all present here. Respected Principal Madam of Panchla Mahavidyalaya, Teacher in Charge, Puras Kanpur Haridas Nandi Mahavidyalaya, esteemed guests, dignitaries, faculty members, dear students and fellow colleagues, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all on behalf of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Puras Kanpur Haridas Nandi Mahavidyalaya to today's international webinar. I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation to collaborating our institution with Panchla Mahavidyalaya for their unwavering support and academic partnership. It is our shared commitment to quality inquiry and collaborative learning that makes such initiatives truly impactful. Let us engage, question, and learn in the true spirit of scholarship and inclusivity. Thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request thank you, first of all, Professor of the Department of our college to address this gathering.
So good morning to one and all. I'm Devina Das from the faculty member of the Department of English here at Panchla Mahavidyalaya. It is both an honor and a quite joy to welcome all of you to this international seminar on othering and violence. We are deeply privileged to be joined by eminent speakers, panelists, and paper presenters from all across the world. Firstly, I wish to extend heartfelt gratitude to the many students, researchers, and scholars whose thirst for knowledge makes gatherings like this not only possible but necessary. If we are lucky enough, we get to be students for the rest of our lives. I would be remiss if I did not express heartfelt thanks to Dr. Orpita Mondol Nandi, head of the Institute of Panchla Mahavidyalaya, whose support and academic leadership have provided the foundation on which this seminar rests today. And most notably, I wish to acknowledge the architect of this entire endeavor, my mentor, colleague, and dear friend, Dr. Nilanjan Chakraborty. This seminar is his brainchild. It is much as a result of his intellectual vision as it is of his quiet generosity. So may the next 2 days invite us not only to reflect, but also to rethink what violence means, to be disturbed by the concept of comfort, and most importantly, to be comforted by the truth, to listen to voices which are often pushed to the periphery of discourse. Once again, thank you and a warm welcome to everyone involved.
Thank you, Debulina. Just one disagreement. No, this seminar is actually the result of the intellectual vision of Debulina Dash and the technical vision of Falguni. So therefore, I would now go to the head of the department of gathering.
Thank you, Nilanjan. Good morning, honorable colleagues, scholars, and participants across the globe. It's an honor and privilege to welcome you all to this two-day international seminar. The way the world has panned out over the past few years has forced us to reconsider the politics, economy, and ethics of the ideas of othering, violence, and representation. How literature and art would engage with this reconsideration, what would be the episteme and praxis of that engagement, would be the fulcrum of our endeavor for the next 2 days. I thank all the honorable plenary speakers, paper presenters for their kind support that would make this event, I'm sure, a success as an academic negotiation, not as an academic negotiation alone, but as a human quest for a better life in these dire days of humanity. I take this opportunity to thank Niranjan, Devolina, our very dear colleagues of Panchla Mahavidyalaya Department of English, the principal ma'am of Panchla Mahavidyalaya. She had been a fulcrum of support of this entire event. Dr. Tagore Bhaduri, principal teacher in charge of Puras, Kanpur, Haridas Nandi Mahavidyalaya, and the IQAC teams of both the colleges for putting together, which promises to be a really successful academic endeavor in the coming 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharunada, for your very generous words. Now, very quickly, sir, I'm saying this to Professor Ashcroft. I won't keep you waiting too long. We just have 2 more minutes. So first of all, I would request Srimati Indrani Doctor, who is representing us from the Peter Lang, to please address us.
Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to introduce Peter Lang to the August gathering. I won't take much time, just a few quick words about Peter Lang, and then I'll leave the floor to the eminent speakers. Peter Lang has over 50 years of experience in academic publishing, and we specialize in humanities and social science publications worldwide. Currently, we have over 45,000 title list, and we have recently started operating from India to work more closely with Indian editors and authors and young scholars. I just want to speak a little about our very new series that we have come up with, book series. And I think this event has come out at a very opportune time while we are commissioning new series also. So some of the series that we have started are Performance Traditions of Marginalized Societies, Gender and Sexuality Studies in South and Southeast Asia, Food and Culture of Global South. I'm just naming a few just to give you a glimpse of what we are working on. I won't take much more time, just that my contact details are there with Dr. Niranjan Chakraborty. So if any of the young scholars or any academicians want to publish with us or have any other queries about academic publishing in general, please feel free to reach out to us. I'll help you as much as I can. I wish the event a grand success, and I'll leave the floor. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Professor Indrani Doctor, for those very kind words. So I guess we have Abhinandita Chakraborty now with us, who will be performing a very small stotra with us to start off with the proceedings, and then we will go straight to Professor Bill Ashcroft. Abhinandita, please.
Namaskar. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be a part of this seminar. I am Abhinandita Chakraborty, and I am performing a Sanskrit stotra. Shanti Shanti Om. Asatu ma sadgamaya tamsu ma jyotirgamaya mrityurma mritangamaya Shanti Shanti Om. Shanti Shanti Om. Shanti Shanti Om. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhinandita. She's actually my sister, joining us from the northern side of Bengal, which is, of course, one of the most beautiful parts of Bengal. I did not mention one thing, though, that the poem that I started off with is actually written by Kasmir, one of the refugee poets from Israel, who is now in Britain taking shelter over there. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's our absolute honor and privilege to welcome Professor Bill Ashcroft. So let me first introduce him, though he actually requires no introduction at all. But Professor Bill Ashcroft is an emeritus professor in the School of English, Media and Performing Arts. He's a founding exponent of post-colonial theory, co-author of The Empire Writes Back, the first text which was examining systematically the field of post-colonial studies. He's the author and co-author of 21 books, variously translated into various languages. Some of his recent publications include Post-Colonial Transformation, published in 2001, Post-Colonial Futures, published again in 2001, Caliban's Voice in 2008, Intimate Horizons in 2009, and Post-Colonial Literatures again in 2016. And he has many articles across the most prestigious of all the journals across the world. And he has, of course, got many awards. He's the fellow of the Australian Academy of the Humanities, the Global Award for Academic Excellence. He has also received the Australian Research Council Australian Professorial Fellowships. And in 2007, he also got the award for the Distinguished Researcher from the University of Hong Kong, and there are many others. I mean, if I have to continue with this, I think we will spend another 20 minutes on this. But sir, I must tell you, this is on a very personal note, that when we were doing our Master of Arts from the Department of English of University of Calcutta, the first two authors whom we were introduced to as far as post-colonial studies are concerned is you, Bill Ashcroft. And the other one, of course, is Homi Bhabha. Now, I really had this great opportunity to meet Homi Bhabha in the New York City, which I went a week back and met him and did a workshop under him at the new school. And here I am meeting you virtually. Sir, it's an absolute honor and privilege. I still remember writing answers from your courses. What does Bill Ashcroft mean by The Empire Writes Back? 15 marks. And if you write well, you get a 10 out of 15, I get a first class. So it's as simple as that. So, sir, it's an absolute honor and privilege to welcome you on board. You are a global icon, and the floor is all yours now. So here we are starting with the keynote address. And sir, please go ahead with your talk.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Neska. And I also want to thank the principal, Peter Mandal, Ms. Debelina Das, the head of English, and all of whom have been instrumental in getting this seminar, this conference together. It's in some respects an unusual topic, but it's very topical. I was thinking that there are many ways in which we could address the issue of violence, because of course both Australia and India have been subjected to the violence of imperialism, and of course India has been left with a very sorry legacy in the partition that was made by the British administration, and the repercussions of that continue to the present day. I want to just mention one form of violence which I won't be talking about in my lecture, and that is the slow violence of the poor. A slow violence that is caused by the environmental degradation that was originally started by the imperial maritime empires across the world, devastating the environment and introducing monocultural crops. And I think that is one form of violence that we need to remind ourselves about. But today I'm going to talk about something more hopeful. I'm going to talk about the way in which conflict can lead to transformation. Now I'm going to share my screen. Right. Can't share my screen. Oh, terrific. Jeez. All right. I'm now sadly I always seem to have problems with Google Meet. The window. That's better. Okay. All right. I want to talk about conflict and transformation. Now, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you're loud and clear.
Okay, good. Now, Martin Luther King, this is probably a statement you all are familiar with. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And that bend towards justice is something that motivates my talk today. Slavoj Žižek says, I'm a pessimist in the sense that we are approaching dangerous times. Well, in fact, we are in the middle of dangerous times. But I'm an optimist for exactly the same reason. Pessimism means things are getting messy. Optimism means these are precisely the times when change is possible. And that motive is something that drives this talk, because I want to talk about hope. I want to talk about the possibility of change in the long view. Now, we are living in terribly, terribly violent times, and we have the genocide of Palestinian people, Ukraine, Iran. It seems that governments almost feel obliged to be violent towards each other. I'm particularly concerned about the violence of domination, and I want to suggest a way of approaching violence by looking at the long view, the long picture, a picture of hope. Now, the 20th century was the most violent in history, and it seems as though this century is quickly overtaking it because of the stupidity, vindictiveness of national leaders who will remain nameless. The world is in a very bad state. A conflict is always a struggle for power, and this struggle for power is something that human beings can't seem to shake off. Now, Edward Said contended that the intellectual writer and artist speak truth to power. And this is the source of something I want to suggest in terms of the way of speaking truth to power. Art and literature speak truth to power by speaking beyond it. Now, to a lot of us at this time, it'll seem pretty futile. How can we intercede in the violence that is occurring in the world today? I want to take a couple of examples of that violence and suggest that there are ways in which we can look beyond it. I want to see resistance in terms of transformation. Transformation is a much more powerful form of resistance than simple opposition. And my book, Post-Colonial Transformation, discusses this at length. But there is a saying in literary circles, the book and the barricade, the book or the barricade. Will literature change the world, or do we need to have military resistance, violent resistance? I want to put forward the possibility of creative arts and literature in particular, of giving a view of the world that can change people's minds. W.H. Auden says, poetry changes nothing. And nevertheless, creativity generates hope. And that's the hope that will get us through the violence that it seems to be setting the world. Because what hope does is look beyond the present. It looks beyond it to the possibility of a different world. Now, Mahmoud Darwish says, here on the slopes facing the sunset and the cannon mouth of time, near orchards stripped of their shadows, we do what prisoners do, we do what the unemployed do, we cultivate hope. And I want to suggest that hope is one of the most powerful tools facing those who are the victims of violence. Creativity is the act of stepping beyond. And this is how newness enters the world, as Salman Rushdie says. Newness enters the world because we step beyond through the creative work. Simply by imagining the world differently, the creative work shows the possibility of a different world. Now, this is something very close to my heart, the power of creative work to change the world we see, the way we see the world. And I think that this is the way in which we can suggest a strategy to get beyond the violence of the world today. Now, Paul Ricoeur says, may we not say then that the imagination itself, through the utopian function, has a constitutive role in helping us to rethink the nature of our social life? Is not utopia, this leap outside, the way in which we radically rethink what is family, what is consumption, what is authority, what is religion, and so on? Does not the fantasy of an alternative society and its exteriorization nowhere work as one of the most formidable contestations of what is? Now, a lot of us will think that utopia is the word for a vain, wishful thinking. But Ernst Bloch and Paul Ricoeur suggest that without hope, life is not possible. But Ricoeur says of this utopia that it exists nowhere. Now, nowhere is the only place from which ideology can be critiqued. This is Mannheim's paradox. He said that ideology cannot be critiqued from within ideology because it cannot escape it. One form of ideology cannot speak to another unless in terms of opposition and violence. So nowhere is the only place in which ideology can be critiqued. Now, in a lecture that he gave back in the 30s, Ernst Bloch said, can hope be disappointed? And he said, well, yes, hope can be disappointed, but it cannot be destroyed. hope will triumph. For Bloch, art and literature have a particular function for projecting into the future. Vorschein, the anticipatory illumination of a different world, and Heimat, the home we have all sensed but have not yet experienced. Now, there is a danger here that we fall into the trap of thinking, well, this is just pie in the sky. But what I want to sort of reiterate is that Bloch says certainly a utopia as a place may be an illusion, but without hope, we cannot live. Without hope, we cannot overcome the violence of the world. So I want to see resistance as transformation. I want to see the transformation as the most powerful form of resistance. And this idea of the home we have not yet seen, but we know it's up ahead, the home of peace, the home of resolution, is the thing that gives us hope for getting through the violence of the world. In State of Siege, Darwish says, to resist means to be confident of the health of your heart and of your balls, to be confident of your incurable malady, the malady of hope. Now, Ghassan Kanafani, Palestinian author, insists on an integral relationship between armed resistance and culture. And we see that in the world today. But this, I want to suggest, is a trap, because the oppressors lock the oppressed into a binary opposition. The oppressors lock the oppressed into a form of resistance which simply mimics the oppression that they've been placed under. The way in which we get out of this is through transformation. And a transformation of resistance through language is nowhere better demonstrated than in the Caribbean. The Caribbean produced a totally different language to give a sense of a different kind of future. The Caribbean slaves overcame the terrible conditions of slavery. They overcame the ways in which slave owners put them in different language groups, mixed up their original languages, so that they might not be able to form a resistance to slavery. And what happened? Well, the Caribbean speakers, the Caribbean slaves, generated a different kind of hybrid language. So I want to talk about a way in which art can look beyond the terrible violence of not just colonialism, but also of slavery and of invasion. Now, Lynn Onus is an artist who adopts Western art forms. And post-colonial artists like him, working from the in-between space of hybridization, grapple with the reality of violence, appropriating dominant technologies while transforming approaches to nation, race, and history. And in light of this, I want to remind us of the amazing way in which South Asian intellectuals, forced to learn English, appropriated that English and made it work for them, representing themselves. And in this way, Indian writers changed the nature of English literature. Now, the borderline work of culture demands an encounter with newness that is not part of the continuum of past and present. It creates a sense of the new as an insurgent act of cultural translation. Such art does not merely recall the past as a social cause or aesthetic precedent, it renews the past, refiguring it as a contingent in-between space. that innovates and interrupts the performance of the present, as Homi Bhabha says. So this idea of newness is one that can be a powerful antidote to the despair brought on by violence. Now, this is Linonis, whose art is very interesting. His art is meta-representational. That is, what his art does is describe the process of representation. Now here, this is a painting called Twice Upon a Time. And we see the visual section in the center, a representation of Western art form, laid over the carved wood, the carved tree, the Aboriginal sense of art. Now, so what we've got here in talking about representation, he's talking about the way in which Western art forms are placed over the top of the Aboriginal, and that barbed wire that goes across the painting is both a representation of the carving up of land as property and of the imprisoning of Aboriginal people. The carving up of property turned Aboriginal land into farms that were that the new arrivals said were the first time that the land had been used, which of course was nonsense. So then this is the original. This is why it's called Twice Upon a Time. This is Evening Shadows, backwater of the Murray. So you see how this has been represented in Linonis's painting, and this is his way of contesting the violence of Aboriginal devastation, I suppose. Here's another interesting painting. It looks purely Western, but it's in the form of jigsaw, and we see the pieces of the jigsaw don't fit. They just don't fit the spaces that they're meant to be put into. And this is a very cunning and very subtle demonstration of the inadequacy of Western forms of representation in the Aboriginal world. But rather than reject it, Linonis takes hold of it and makes the Western art form work for him in particular ways. This is called On the Eighth Day. Now we know in the Bible, God created the world in 7 days. On the seventh day, he created Adam and Eve. And on the 8th day, the angels brought the sheep, barbed wire, the gun, the Bible, and that red thing that's being held is a toilet duck, a different form of cleanliness. So on the 8th day, but I want to talk about the way in which we can overcome the devastation of the present. Edouard Glissant talks about a prophetic vision of the past. Post-colonial literatures continually affirm this sense of the future in the past. And Darwish says, I believe that the unwavering commitment to resistance and defense is not some sort of nostalgia, but the saturation of the present and the future with the past, without which neither present nor future will come to be. Ernst Bloch says the in front of us is always a possibility emerging from the past, not as nostalgia, but as renewal. And I think this is the key to this whole notion of the power of the past. It's not nostalgia for what has been. It's a using the prophetic vision of the past as a way into the future. And I think this is a powerful transformation that contests the violence of imperialism, the violence of colonialism. And Edward Kummer Braithwaite talks about the limbo dance. Limbo like me, long dark deck and the water surrounding me, long dark deck and the silence is over me. Now the limbo dance is a recapitulation of the history of the slave being brought over the Middle Passage. Now, we know that there was a triangular trade, which ships brought material from Britain to Africa, to West Africa, took slaves from Africa across to the Caribbean, and took sugar and molasses and rum from the Caribbean back to Europe. Now, the limbo dance, which the Caribbean people engage in constantly, is a constant reminder of not just the past that they have endured, but the fact that they come out at the end free. So past, present, future are conjoined in the creative work in a radical transformation of the reality of slave exile. Now, I go back to this painting by Lynn Onus, which I think is possibly the perfect demonstration of Glissant's prophetic vision of the past. Now, the road to Redfern. Now, Redfern is a Sydney suburb, which has a large Aboriginal population and a large and active resistance population in the city. You see the red, yellow and black colours are the colours of the Aboriginal flag. In the rear vision mirror, you see the rainbow serpent. So driving into Redfern, driving into political resistance, we have the rainbow serpent. The past is bringing us towards freedom. So the prophetic vision of the past is just embodied in this painting. Now, another region which, of course, is being devastated at the moment. I want to talk about Palestine. Now, some may think this is kind of futile because what's happening in Palestine is extraordinary. It's genocide, quite simply. But Gaza isn't the only part of Palestine. There is, of course, the West Bank, which is also being attacked, but much more subtly. But here's a poster brought out by Franz Krauss called Visit Palestine. It was brought out in 1936. And for Palestinians, the original Visit Palestine, published by the Tourist Development Association of Palestine in 1936, has come to be seen as an iconic reminder of their historical presence in the Holy Land. Reproductions of the poster have found their way into Palestinian homes and businesses around the world. Now, 1936 was a period before what is called the Nakba, the catastrophe of Jewish entry into Palestine and the taking over of Palestinian homes and land. And to this day, Palestinians have very often the key to their home around their neck to demonstrate the fact that their homes were invaded and taken over. And literally, their houses were taken over by the incoming Zionists. Now, Amar Shamali in Visit Palestine puts this transformation of the poster. It's an appropriation of Franz Krauss's poster, part of what is described as the recruit Zion genre. Shamali presents a sharply satiric commentary on the current restrictions on Palestinians from visiting Jerusalem or the Dome of the Rock. So the land which they were living in before it was invaded is now cut off and barred for them. So when we think about the future, when we think about overcoming the violence of our condition, there's a time to think about utopia and utopianism. Now, Kumar says, if something is to abide, endure, then its past may never be simply past, but must in some way also remain present. By the same token, its future must already be somehow contained in its present. Now, this seems like a very obscure philosophical point, but it's an incredibly important point for people who believe that their past has been taken away from them. Because the past, the present moment, is not a point in time, but a process. The present moment, this present moment now, is already the future taking over the past moving into the future. So primarily, says Bloch, everybody lives in the future because they strive. Function and content of hope are experienced continuously, and in times of rising societies, they have been continuously activated and extended. And of course, he means by rising societies in times of revolutions. Now, when we think about the sort of violence that is going on in Gaza, for instance, we might think this is somewhat futile. But nevertheless, I want to suggest that hope cannot be destroyed. Hope is always there to demonstrate the possibility of a different world. Heimat is not paradise, but it is a place to live. So the Palestinian Revolution is a grounded rather than transcendental utopia. It's grounded utopias both emerge organically out of and contribute to further development of historical movements for grassroots change. As a result, they are emphatically not fantasized visions of perfection to be imposed upon an imperfect world, but an integral feature of that world, representing the hopes and dreams of those consigned to its margins. And we see the hope, the grounded utopia of Palestine is indefeatable, undefeatable, even though it seems to be in the dire straits at the moment. I mean, we can't even begin to talk about the inhumanity and terror that's being worked out in Gaza. The transformative resistance, though, takes hold of representation, avoiding victimhood and rethinking the future. Now, I think this is critical. Then in the resistance to violence, it's important to avoid the temptation to be a victim, of victimhood, and rethink the future. Now, Naji Ali was a Palestinian artist and cartoonist. I love his work. This is the pen, the possibility of the pen throwing light. The pen is a candle. The pen can throw light on the future. Now, this little fellow is called Hamdal, and he appears constantly looking at different aspects of Palestinian life, and his representations of hope must have been regarded extremely important by the Israeli authorities, because Naji al-Ali was assassinated in London. And so I say that to suggest that, we think that creative work is futile and hopeless, but in fact it has a power that we cannot understand the complete depth of. When Moshe Dayan talked about Palestinian writing, he said, I felt as though it was a platoon of commandos facing me. He looked at the representation, he looked at creative writing as a soldier and saw that it is powerful. Now, while Auden says poetry changes nothing, nevertheless, art and literature, by giving a vision of a different kind of world, can impact on the violence that people are subjected to. Now, Larissa Sansa is a Palestinian who's given an image of a different kind of Palestine, one in which Jerusalem and West Bank and Gaza are part of the same building. Now, for Palestine, the original Fizz of Palestine, published by the Tourist Development Association, has come to be seen as an iconic reminder of their historical presence. So it's a very powerful thing, a prophetic vision of the past. Reproductions of the poster have found their way into Palestinian homes and businesses around the world, as I said. So we've seen Shamali. This is nation estate. Now that building, playing on the British use of the term estate for tower block housing, sounds sort of depicts a virtual Palestinian homeland in the form of a skyscraper, dwarfing the real Palestine outside. This project stirred controversy when, after being shortlisted for the prestigious Musée de Elysée Art Prize in Switzerland, the major donor sponsor, Lacoste, requested that the works be removed from the competition for being too pro-Palestinian. After the ensuing international scandal, the museum cancelled the prize and broke off partnership with Lacoste. I mean, it's quite far-fetched to regard artwork by a Palestinian as being too pro-Palestinian. But this shows what the actual power of creative work, the power to change minds, to give a vision of a possible future. This is her building, floor 1, the lobby, then Souk, Jerusalem, Ramallah, Bethlehem, all on different floors. And the same again. And the tree that is growing in the building is an olive tree, a Palestinian cultivation, and a sign of the possibility of the future. So Sansour takes this possibility even further to suggest a Palestinian landing on the moon, which is, of course, fanciful, but it's her space exodus that she's demonstrating. And what Sansour is doing is showing that when you're trying to capture the possibility of a different kind of future, sky is the limit, the moon is the limit. And so the creative works we see here are not involved in conflict in the way we normally expect revolution to occur, or in Kanafani's idea of resistance literature, but they are revolutionary in their capacity to collapse time, to fuse past, present, and future into the image that spirals into the future. There are different forms of revolution, but all must reject the stereotype of victimhood. And these works are transformative in their disruption of stereotype, their rejection of fear, their undercutting of expectation. ultimately they demonstrate the utopian power of art and literature because they affirm that a different world is possible. Creative works confirm a fundamental truth of revolution, that no future is achieved unless it is first imagined. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful keynote address. Well, in keynote addresses, we normally don't have questions, but since we have a global icon in the middle of us, no way we can sort of skip that. So my brother, Phalguni, he has a question first. He will, address his question first, and then I will sort of take on the floor. And then, Bulina and Sharonota, I would request you to frame your questions in the meantime, so that you
Okay,
can ask
yes.
them to Professor.
I'll take a couple of questions and 6 minutes worth. Okay.
Hello, sir. It's my honor to ask a question to you. And the question is, how can art meet praxis with ideology in the resistance towards violence?
Now, this is a question that crops up all the time. I once talked about this in a talk about looking for Australia, and an Aboriginal woman got up and said, art can do nothing. Only justice can work. And what I would say is that for justice to occur, you must conceive it. And the way in which we can best conceive a possible future is through the creative act, the creative work of art and literature. Now, I know it seems futile, and certainly if you're being shot at and killed, it doesn't seem to be very effective. But what I'm talking about is the long view. What I'm talking about is the capacity to avoid being sucked into a simple oppositional response of being sucked into the idea that you're a victim. Okay. Now, we have at the moment some contestation. Well, at the moment, I mean, India and Pakistan have been hammer and tongs for many years, and the way in which that can be resolved, I think. Let's imagine that we have the concept of a different kind of relationship, the concept of a different ruling of the Kashmir, say. I think this is the way in which it's only by imagining a different future that things can be changed. Now, I know it doesn't happen in the short term. I know that if someone is shooting at you, this is not going to be useful. But what I'm talking about is the big picture. I'm talking about the big picture of the post-colonial, because that itself, the overcoming of imperial violence, was a long, long view, but is still working itself out. But it's a positive, and it will achieve self-determination.
Yes, that is actually true, isn't it? That art has such a quality to sort of really negotiate with the past to form your ideas. Sir, what we can do is we can take two questions simultaneously from Professor Sharonota and Debulina Das. If you have questions, please put that through. Debulina first and then Sharonota, and then I think Sir can sort of answer them together.
So this is more of an observation, not a question. So you talk about how the idea of utopia has to be imagined before we can reach it. So this is something we see in literature come up again and again. I'm reminded of a film called Mad Max. It's a post-apocalyptic film by George Miller, where a bunch of women, they leave the home of a tyrant in order to find their utopia. They travel thousands of miles through the desert only to realize that utopia does not exist. They must go back to the dictator, dismantle him, and form their own utopia. So, sir, when you talk about your imagined homelands, that's what I was reminded of.
Right. Yes. Yes. That's a good point. Heimat, as Ernst Bloch conceives it, is not even. It may not be realizable, but it's always there, and that fact that it's there changes the present. This is the whole point about utopia and dystopia, that the perception of these things changes the present because it gives us hope. Without hope, we cannot live. And with hope, we can see a different kind of future is possible. And I do believe that the future is a different future is possible in the Middle East, in Ukraine, in South Asia. So we just need to keep believing that, because if we don't imagine a different world, if we can't imagine it, and we refuse to imagine it, then it won't happen. And so what I'm saying is there's a real power in the creative work. There's real power in literature and the work of the imagination.
Yeah, so we can perhaps take one last question from Professor Sharona Sen. Sharona, if we can sort of put through your question.
Thank you, Nilanjan. Sir, first of all, it was really heartening to see that you brought in so much of South Asia, so much of India in your talk. In my country nowadays, that enlightenment project of the divorce between the church and the state, that seems to be blurring. The religious leaders are talking more about politics, and the political leaders are talking more about religion. And both of them put together, they are causing the violence to perpetuate itself beyond measure. My question is from the perspective of a teacher, sir. What do we teachers do in our classrooms as teachers of literature? How do we engage with bringing back the fundamental political questions, giving them their rightful space, and keeping the state and the church separate? Because that, I guess, is the need of the hour.
Yes.
I'm looking for a suggestion from you, sir, on this.
Okay. Well, this is a question all of us teachers are still asking ourselves. All I can say is that in my teaching, I try to open the possible future to students. They need to think of it themselves, of course, but they can do it by seeing the ways in which a different world is imagined. Now, what Bloch says, of course, is that it doesn't have to be, literature doesn't have to be utopian or even, optimistic. But one of the fundamental things about it, it does show a different world. A different world is possible. And once we understand that a different world is possible, then we can understand that it is achievable. And the achievement of a different world is something that gives us hope and drives us forward. Now, I find that students connect to this idea very, very quickly, and they, tend to be extremely insightful in the way in which they see this thing. But of course, there's another thing you mentioned: the religious leaders being political and politicians being religious. And I just want to say that the combination of religion and politics is the most toxic combination possible, because religion gives us the sacred right to be violent to our opponent. And so what I think we need to do is just warn people about this. We can be quite religious ourselves, but to make your religion the excuse for your politics it's absolutely disastrous and most toxic mix. So I just think that if we can encourage students to keep these things separate, and also to see that um, the utopia is not necessarily a, a religious or a political possibility, but it could be both. And, you know, the thing is, by being a possibility, it changes the present. That's the important message of this block.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So maybe we can have just one last observation from you before we call it a day. Sir, as I said that, I was attending this workshop with Professor Homi Bhabha in the new school at the New York City, and he was talking about the whole disproportionality which is associated with the violence in Gaza, because surely there was an October 7 where the Hamas had attacked the Israeli citizens. But in response to that, what the Israel state did was to sort of enter into a state of ethnic cleansing, a total ethnic cleansing. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that and the whole disproportionality of violence in that region.
Yes, very much. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. We're breaking up a bit there, but I do get the essence of it. The point about, yeah, what you're saying is quite true. Violence comes about because of the disproportionality of belief, right? And also violence comes about because people feel threatened by alternative views. And if a person feels threatened, then they respond violently. I don't know how, honestly, I don't know how we can resolve the idea that the disproportionality of violence, except to say that we need to be aware of it. And that reminds me of, Althusser says that we are all sort of born into ideology, okay? But that doesn't mean that we can't see it. You know, we are born into ideology, but it doesn't mean we can't reflect on it. And I think that that's crucial for avoiding violence, because violence is at its core ideological. And the search for power is the search to let your ideology dominate. So, yeah, I think that the teaching students to see how ideology is affecting them is an incredibly valuable thing, incredibly important. And that will overcome disproportionality, I believe.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for your very intriguing and intellectually stimulating a talk. I really can't thank you enough. In fact, I'm still thinking whether this is a dream or reality that we are actually interacting with the Professor Bill Ashcroft. But thank you so much, sir, for your very kind presence.
Thank you for organizing this conference.
Thank you. And with this, we conclude this particular session. The next session is at 12:30, and we are going to meet over there, Professor Shanjukta Dasgupta. Till then, we are bidding adieu. We will re-meet at 12:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
on করে নিচ্ছি।
Hello, can you see me? Can you hear me?
হ্যাঁ ম্যাডাম, আমরা একটু পরেই শুরু করছি, জাস্ট আ মিনিট।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা you can see and hear me ঠিক তো
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম
ঠিক আছে ঠিক ভূতের মতো না see and hear
So we are back again. Welcome back to this seminar. So after that wonderful keynote address by Professor Bill Ashcroft, we have another, well, a living legend amidst us, Professor Sanjukta Dasgupta. On a very personal note, I must say that she was our teacher at the master's level in the University of Calcutta. We all remember her lectures on Wuthering Heights on those blurry afternoons after 3 o'clock. We all remember her lectures on Virginia Woolf and on all the other topics of feminism. And she is, of course, a living legend, a person to look up to. But more importantly, she is very much a teacher whom we always look up to because she's always there to guide us whenever we ask for her help. So my dear brother Phalguni, he will be introducing Professor Dasgupta, and then we will start. So Phalguni, please.
Hello, ma'am. It's my honor to read out your brief bio. Sorry.
ওটাকে ছোট করো please feel free to edit
Okay. ঠিক আছে, ma'am. Yeah. So the bio is Dr. Sanjukta Dasgupta, professor and former head, Department of English and former dean, Faculty of Arts, Calcutta University, has been the recipient of the Fulbright postdoctoral fellowship on University of North California, Chapel Hill, and Fulbright Scholar in Residence. Now, State University of New York, Oswego, Australia, India Council Fellowship, Gender Studies Fellowship, University of British Columbia, Translator Fellowship, BCLT, University of East Anglia, Norwich, among others. Apart from invitations to participate in national and international seminars and conferences, Dasgupta has taught and lectured at universities in the USA, UK, Europe, Canada, and Australia. She served as jury member and the chairperson of the Commonwealth Writers' Prize, United Kingdom. She was convener of the English Language Board of Sahitya Academy, Ministry of Culture, as well as member of Sahitya Academy's General Council. Uh, she is currently a member of Advisory Committee of Ganpit Award. In 2018, she taught in Poland as visiting professor at the Jagiellonian University, Krakow, Poland. She is honorary visiting professor of Department of English, Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata, and the chairperson of the advisory board of the Center of Excellence in Literature, Language, and Communication, that is CELLCS of the University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata. She is the president of the executive committee of the Intercultural Poetry and Performance Library, Kolkata. And Dasgupta is a poet, short writer, critic, and translator, and her 27 published books are the novels of Huxley and Hemingway, a study in two planes of reality, responses, selected essays, snapshots, uh, like poetry, dilemma poetry, first language poetry, more light poetry, her stories, translations, Manimesh, the Indian family in translation, co-edited Sage, media, media gender and popular culture in India, tracking change and continuity, uh, co-author in Sage 2012. Tagore at home in the world, co-editor Sage 2013. A radical Rabindranath nation, family and gender in Tagore's fictions and families. Co-author Orient Black Swan 2013. Swades, Tagore's patriotic songs, and so many are there. And that's it. I think now, sir,
Yeah,
will take from here.
yeah, I was I must tell you this, that if we continue with the introduction of Professor Dasgupta, I think the entire session will be taken up by that. He is that big a personality. So, ma'am, without much ado, we will request you to take up the floor and start your talk. Thank you, ma'am.
একটু কিরম echo করছে, double device হয়েছে কোথাও. This is something that I've learned. So can I start?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please start.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm truly honored and humbled that Panchla Mahavidyalaya has given me this opportunity of sharing my thoughts about this very relevant topic, othering and violence, especially in our contemporary times. I wish to acknowledge my respect and gratitude for this invitation to Dr. Orpita Mondol, Nandi Principal, Panchla Mahavidyalaya, Debolina Das, Head of the Department of English, Panchla Mahavidyalaya, Mr. Falguni Noshkor, the main architect behind this seminar, and my student from Calcutta University, Nilanjan Chakraborty, who has been in touch with me and always very prompt in his responses. I also wish to thank all those who have joined this session, students, teachers, friends, and other participants. And it was also a pleasure and a rich learning experience listening to the keynote address by Bill Ashcroft Bill has been a friend for the past 25 years. I met him several times in his own department. I even used his departmental office once when he was away and I was visiting, and he was very generous about my using his departmental office and his books as well. I don't want to get into the details because that is a big story. So I would like to begin by drawing your attention to the dystopian novel 1984 by George Orwell. Only very minutes ago, we were talking about utopia and dystopia. So, George Orwell's 1984 is very well read, and he wrote the novel and published it in 1949. 75 years ago, this had been written anticipating what might happen in 1984, and now we are in 2025. Now, in this disturbing narrative, Orwell had warned us about the exponential violent world around us, bereft of compassion and empathy, that perhaps proves that literature can provide anticipatory caveats about the future as we look before and after in hope and despair. Now, I'll quote that very, very powerful passage from 1984. There will be no laughter except the laugh of triumph over a defeated enemy. There will be no art, no literature, no science. When we are omnipotent, we shall have no more need of science. There will be no distinction between beauty and ugliness. There will be no curiosity, no enjoyment of the process of life. All competing pleasures will be destroyed. But do not forget, always there will be the intoxication of power, constantly increasing and constantly growing subtler. Always, at every moment, there will be the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless. And this one-liner, if you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. So it's good for a poster. What do you think? If that was a caveat, a vivid detailing of human brutality, here is another excerpt from an article written by Mahatma Gandhi titled Chaos versus Misrule, published in Young India in March 1928. And Young India was an English journal founded and edited by Mahatma Gandhi, and he ran that between the years 1919 to 1931. This article, that is Chaos versus Misrule, expresses Gandhi's almost Lord Krishna style of strategic argument that is the essence of the Bhagavad Gita, that violence can be a necessary evil to combat a greater evil. And here Gandhi writes in this particular passage of that article, my non-violence is not an academic principle to be enunciated on favorable occasions. If India has no faith in non-violence, no patience for it to work its way, then it is better for her to attain her freedom from the present misrule, even by violence, than that she should helplessly submit to a continuing rape of her belongings and her honor. So it's a surprise for us. Yes, 1928, and Gandhi says if you cannot have the patience for the effects of non-violence, then violence is also welcome rather than accept rape of her belongings and her honor, meaning, of course, the plunder of India. Gandhi argues that a nation which does not believe in non-violence, when faced with a violent aggressor, would be more justified to go to war than to allow itself to be violated by the enemy, as Iran is doing at the moment. Now, let us now turn our attention towards our friend in need, the invisible family member, Rabindranath Tagore, who had repeatedly warned the world about the negative and toxic environment that engineered violence towards those who are ostracized as others. Remember these lines? Hingshayun matta prithvi nitya nichurodando, ghoro kutilo panthataar lobha jotilo bandha. Nutano tabu janmo lagi katura jatu prani. And Tagore's own translation of the first three lines is, the world today is wild with the delirium of hatred. The conflicts are cruel and unceasing in anguish. Crooked are its paths, tangled its bonds of greed. All creatures are crying for a new birth of thine. I will move from this two excerpts, that is the translated version of the first ones. So the first to a second excerpt. This is from the last few pages of Tagore's Nationalism, which is a poem. And the poem is The Sunset of the Century. Since most of you are from the Department of English, the poem was originally written in Bangla and then again translated by Tagore into English. Please notice the words that Tagore is using here. We do not often see the use of such epistemic violence in terms of the lexical violence also that we notice in these few lines that I'm going to read out to you. The last sun of the century sets amidst the blood-red clouds of the west and the whirlwind of hatred. The naked passion of self-love of nations in its drunken delirium of greed is dancing to the clash of steel and the howling verses of vengeance. The hungry self of the nation shall burst in a violence of fury from its own shameless feeding. For it has made the world its food, and licking it, crunching it, and swallowing it in big morsels, it swells and swells. I cannot recall any of Tagore's poems having this so much of aggressive vehemence in the words he uses, this sort of a verbal violence of these lines. And then he concludes this particular stanza by stating, till in the midst of its unholy feast descends the sudden shaft of heaven, piercing its heart of grossness. So the divine authority seems to have intervened and destroyed our inhuman human world. I'll refer also to the crisis in civilization, 1941, Shobhotar Shankot, where again Tagore says, as I look around, I see the crumbling ruins of a proud civilization strewn like a vast heap of futility. And in the way in which Bill Ashcroft seemed to be a prophet of hope and a prophet of optimism, Tagore also said, I shall not commit the grievous sin of losing faith in man. I would rather look forward to the opening of a new chapter in history after the cataclysm is over. So then, what are we so violent about? And here we have to address the concept of othering. So, what is this other or otherization that makes our ecosystem so brutal and toxic instead of honoring diversity, motivating inclusiveness, and believing in the Upanishadic concept that the entire human world is interrelated in bonds of kinship? Vasudhaiva Kutumbakum. We choose the methods instead of mass murder, such as war, terrorism, and torture, and as well as the murder of individuals in the name of race, caste, class, religion, and gender, among others. Here are some standard definitions of otherization, which of course, if you Google, you will get a much better one than the one I'm just going to tell you about. But very briefly, just to put everything in context, let us look at what otherization is trying to locate in its marginalization of identity. So, categorizing individuals based on perceived differences like ethnicity, religion, or social status, and then portraying them as inferior or threatening, leading to marginalization, discrimination, and even violence. So, the key aspects of otherization would be about intersectionality, which I'm sure now everybody seems to be talking about, and we know about race, religion, nationality, social class, and dehumanization. Otherization often involves stripping individuals or groups of their shared humanity, and then the us versus them mentality that creates a sense of division and animosity between groups. And the power dynamics. Otherization is often used to justify and maintain existing power structures where the dominant group uses this process to maintain their position of privilege. And of course, there is examples of otherization such as racial discrimination, treating people differently based on their race, what is going on in Gaza, referred to so many times by Bill Ashcroft about Palestinian writers who are still full of hope, and xenophobia, fear and hostility towards foreigners or people from different cultural backgrounds, religious intolerance, political scapegoating, and of course, if you switch on the news channels on your television, you can see how violent speech has become and how intolerant, how also very politically motivated in terms of celebrating the era of post-truth and post-ethics. In the 21st century, when we are celebrating the huge success of the fourth industrial revolution, which is about the technological revolution, however, we seem to be receding, and our receding is regressive rather than progressive in any way. Otherization is a harmful process with far reaching consequences, impacting individuals, communities, and societies as a whole. It is crucial to recognize and challenge this process to build more inclusive and equitable societies. Just reflect on the Russia-Ukraine war, the genocide going on in Palestine, the recent Israel-Iran war, our partition horror, what recently happened in Bangladesh, and of course the killing of innocent tourists in Pahalgam. This deliberate otherization in order to unleash discrimination and violence is totally against what we understand as the advancement of human civilization. Quite surprisingly, in the midst of Tagore's agonized invectives about Western warmongering and exploitation of the global South in The Crisis in Civilization, which was written way back in 1941, in fact, a few months before Tagore died. There is one particular paragraph, again for literature students, this seems to be very fascinating, to stress how deeply otherization is entrenched in our political, social, and cultural systems. So Tagore wrote, and you can find it in The Crisis in Civilization, I quote, "There came a time when perforce I had to snatch myself from the mere appreciation of literature." Notice this, the mere appreciation of literature, and Tagore is snatching himself away from it. And he elaborates, "As I emerged into the stark light of bare facts, the sight of the dire poverty of the Indian masses rent my heart. Rudely shaken out of my dreams, I began to realize that perhaps in no other modern state was there such hopeless dearth of the most elementary needs of existence. And yet it was this country whose resources had fed for so long the wealth and magnificence of the British people." There is so much of sarcasm, irony, and sadness in this one short paragraph. In British India, every native was the other, never an equal, despite all the rhetoric, as we notice in E.M. Foster's Passage to India. So discourse and counter-discourse activates differences rather than foregrounding sameness. And there again, let me just refer to Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, which is a dystopia, and the Utopia Island, where again the utopia collapses into extermination by the agencies of power and greed. So Huxley's dream of the Utopia Island, the island also would not be immune from human greed and human addiction to power And why? Because suddenly it was discovered that the island was floating in oil, as it has been discovered that the Middle East is floating in oil, as the charred area of Africa is floating in oil. And so there is never any peace in these parts of the world. This sort of human engineered oppression and violence for more gain and more power that we notice throughout the world. Therefore, it is an antithetical juxtaposition, that is discourse and counter discourse. Unlike the Hegelian dialectics of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, that has a restorative sublimity. In the 21st century, the binaries prove irreconcilable, for we know that violence consolidates othering, and nonviolence and inclusivity are philosophic concepts that are honored as deceptive lip service, violated without reservation throughout the world's networks that prioritize power and profit. Hence, we have forced migration, refugee crisis, illegal immigration, human trafficking, goods trafficking, including arms and drugs, which have permeated the ecosystem. The victimhood of the majority and the triumph of the minority. I hope you notice the irony of that lack of equation. The universe seems to be at the service of the metaverse. Human intelligence is threatened and outsmarted by artificial intelligence, though the creative human mind, the weavers of literary texts in diverse genres, poetry, prose, drama, the performing arts as music and dance, have defied the logic of algorithms by creating domains that are unique and cannot be replaced, as the DNA of human creativity is not a constant, but is in a shape shifting spirit of infinite variety that is not formulaic. The concepts of violence and othering are deeply intertwined in social, political, and psychological contexts. A quick breakdown is again referring to dehumanization, stripping others of their human qualities, exclusion, social, political, and moral marginalization, stereotyping, power imbalance, leading to racial othering, gender based othering, religious othering. And of course, in terms of violence, violence isn't just physical, it comes in various forms. Physical violence, as we all know, is bodily harm or destruction. Structural violence, systemic inequalities like poverty, lack of health care. As you know, the United Nations much publicized Sustainable Development Goals. The first two goals are to remove poverty and to remove hunger. And the fifth one, if I'm not mistaken, my arithmetic is poor, fourth or the fifth one is to remove gender inequality. So, and we are just 5 years away from Sustainable Development Goals that were targeted in 2015, and we are going to, in the next 5 years, we will reach 2030, and we have a long way to go. And of course, there is cultural violence, justification for violence rooted in ideology, religion, or norms, and symbolic violence through language, education, and of course, the media. Now, significantly, the postmodern theorist Michel Foucault did not see power and violence as opposing forces, but rather as intertwined. He argued that power operates through a complex web of relations, including but not limited to physical violence. Foucault's work emphasizes how power can be exercised subtly and invisibly, even through seemingly non-violent means. So, internalization of the power dynamics, while at the same time recognizing the role of violence in shaping power. And so, some of the key points about Foucault's arguments about violence is that power is not simply a matter of physical force. Power and violence are related, not opposed. Violence can be both overt and covert. Violence is a tool of power, not its essence. Violence also can be a catalyst for social change and the emergence of new power dynamics. Violence and power are therefore cast in a symbiotic relationship, not limited to physicality, whereby power is productive of meaning, violence is preventive, and the push for freedom is a second order normative claim. And in your concept note, there was a reference to Franz Fanon. And what does Fanon have to say? Fanon viewed violence as both a tool of colonial oppression and a necessary means of resistance and liberation. He argued that violence is inherent in the colonial system used by the colonizer to maintain power, and that the colonized are justified in responding with violence as a form of resistance to regain their humanity and dignity. So, violence for Fanon has been a defining feature of colonialism, and it is a necessary response, according to Fanon. And then violence as a cleansing force, and the emphasis for the need of collective resistance. Not just resilience, but collective resistance. Let me return once again very quickly to Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi is best known for his unwavering commitment, as you know, to non-violence. He believed in peaceful resistance to power and satyagraha and the philosophy of non-violent resistance. This was Gandhi's core belief, but he had already contradicted himself several times when he found that sometimes violence was not an answer, as when I read from that particular article that he wrote on chaos and misrule. And then Gandhi made a distinction between physical and structural violence, which refers to the ways in which systems and institutions can perpetuate harm and inequality. And of course, despite being the apostle of nonviolence, Gandhi, like Jesus Christ, like Abraham Lincoln, became a victim of violence. He was assassinated by a Hindu nationalist in 1948, which highlights the complexities of his legacy. In terms of violence, all the mass violence that India witnessed since the beginning of the British rule through the Battle of Plassey and also the sometimes called the First War of India's Independence, that the British like to call the Sepoy Mutiny, and the Jallianwala Bagh mass massacre. In 1857, in the times, that is just after the mutiny, according to the British, according to us, the first war of India's independence, which means resistance as well as resilience. I just want to read a brief excerpt from the British newspaper, The Times, which was published on the 31st of August, 1857, where the governor of Punjab, his name was John Lawrence, and he stated that he wanted to make an example of the natives through exemplary punishment, which would include shooting, hanging, or blowing Indian suspects from the mouths of cannons. And a British eyewitness wrote in his report that the prisoners under a strong European guard were then marched into the square, their crimes and sentences read aloud to them, and at the head of each regiment, they were then marched round the square and up to the guns. The first 10 were picked out and they were bound to the guns. The pot fires were lighted, and at a signal from the artillery major, the guns were fired. It was a horrid sight that then met the eye. A regular shower of human fragments of heads, arms, legs appeared in the air through the smoke. So we notice that fragmenting bodies, including by guns peppering away at the niggers, was a way of ensuring that there could be no appropriate funeral rites, the final humiliation. You can look at a book called Insurgent Empire to get into more details of this. I know that I should now try to make my presentation a bit more compact. And so I will move on from this particular othering to another othering, which of course Nilanjan suggested that because I was a great advocate of gender equality, in other terms, I am a die-hard feminist. So let us look back to earlier times, not to the 20th or the 21st century. How did we envisage our response to the second sex in terms of otherization and violence? In the epics of the world, not only Indian epics, yes, the role of women have been a systemic representation as the second sex, glorified as a devoted daughter, wife, mother, and matriarch with no agency whatsoever. In the process, the epic heroines are sexually objectified, harassed, abused, assaulted, kidnapped, disrobed, dishonored by their own family members. Sita is won in marriage by the grand archer Ram, as Draupadi is won in marriage by the archer Arjun. Sita is bound within the line of control, is kidnapped as she takes a step outside it, and in order to prove her chastity, she is subjected to the Agni Pariksha, the trial by fire, repeatedly. Sita's self-burial is the one unexpected role reversal, a suicidal act that scoffs at the power of monarchy. By her refusal to go through the fire test a second time, Sita asserted her agency rather than succumbing to patriarchal authority. Resistance. Sita therefore resists the diktat of both the state and the family, the public and the private, by choosing self-elimination. Valmiki can be congratulated here for at last granting defiant power and freedom to sweet, sad, suffering Sita, abandoned by her husband while pregnant, her life as a single mother, and her sons worshipping their father while their devoted user-friendly mother is systematically humiliated. This can be regarded as counter-discourse that is often elided in our critical engagement with the epics. In Vyas's Mahabharata, Draupadi was the victim of patriarchal violence from the moment she reached her marital home, where her mother-in-law did not look before she spoke, and Draupadi became the wife of 5 brothers. As if this humiliation was not enough. You remember that it was a Sayamvara and Draupadi chose Arjun, and then she was subjected to the humiliation of becoming the wife of 5 brothers. And as if this humiliation was not enough, Draupadi was subjected to disrobing in a public court by the cousins of her 5 husbands who watched in silence. Draupadi was glorified as a victim of violence, though the questions she raised in the court about her humiliation bear the stamp of resistance and counter-discourse, excuse me, though she continues till her death in her role as wife of the 5 noble Pandav warriors. The roles of Surpanakha, Madri, Ahalya, Kunti, Gandhari, among others, also gesture towards passive resistance, but not any radicalization of their roles. It is Mahashweta Devi's tribal woman named Draupadi, who radicalized resistance. Devi's representation of a powerful tribal woman who defiantly and disdainfully exhibits her stark new body proves that she had broken free from patriarchal control without any inhibition. Mahashweta Devi underscored that women in the mainstream, educated, cultured women, are often submissive inmates of the patriarchal prison, as they are narcotized by the comfort zone assured by capitalist patriarchy. Now, from gender, let us turn very quickly to caste. Gender and caste, yes? You cannot really compartmentalize those various categories of intersectionality. Here we may foreground the many killings and abuse of lower castes in the epics. I would like to draw your attention to the otherization of the castes who are treated as outcasts, exemplified by the tribal communities and the Dalits. Karna, the adopted son of a lower caste foster father. Sambhuka, belonging to the lower caste, murdered by Lord Ram. Ekalavya, lower caste, though a tribal prince. In the 21st century, we have examples of Chunikotal, who committed suicide, and so did Rohit Vemula. This exploitation of the other is what I would like to now very quickly go back to a text that we are celebrating right now. Rabindranath Tagore's Rakta Korobi was published 100 years ago in 1925. And in 2025, it is being reread in its centennial year as it seems it has become even more relevant and relatable now as a classic example of power struggle, resistance, and resilience. The exploitation of the good earth, the brutality and bestiality of the humankind in its engagement with natural resources, and the unleashing of wars for gain is not about just the crisis or clash in civilization, but about chaos and anarchy in civilization, as human civilizations seem to be hell bent in eliminating itself through a process of monstrous dehumanization. Roktokorobi, those familiar with the play will recall the role of the professor who says, and I quote, and this translation is in Tagore's own words because you know that there is an English version of Roktokorobi which is titled Red Oleanders. And there the professor states, I quote, in this Yaksha town, there are governors, foremen, headmen, tunnel diggers, scholars like myself. There are policemen, executioners, and undertakers, altogether a beautiful assortment. And says, only Nandini is the one who is out of all this because we are all, that is the policemen, the executioners, the teachers, the the manual laborers, the white collar and the blue collar laborers, everyone is the slave of the establishment, and we are all submissive slaves of the establishment. And so after, when the professor makes these assertions, we also find that Tagore is making Nandini, who seems to be the voice of freedom, the voice of a different world, a non-toxic world, where Nandini is being made to assert, and a woman is being made to assert in such a dismissive way. See the irony of that the gods have all eternity for their worship. They are not pressed for time, but the sorrows of men cannot wait. And finally, in that particular play, the sort of role reversal of the king who chose entrapment in order to be the king of the earth through all his power from profit, that is, from all the natural resources of which he was the emperor. The king suddenly reverses his role and he stretches out his arm and asks Nandini, and also notice the use of the word here, make me your comrade today. Comrade, yes, which is why Shankhu Ghosh had also seen some sort of a relationship between Roktokorobi and the Communist Manifesto. You can go back to reading Shankhu Ghosh's analysis of Tagore's Roktokorobi. As Nandini asks the king the reason for his interest in joining her, the king says, the fight is going to be a fight against myself. It's a fight against me, but with your hand in mine. That fight has already begun. There is my flag. First, I break the flagstaff. You will immediately recall Hirok Raja Deshe and how Satyajit Ray probably was inspired by the king's dismissal and resistance to the addiction of power, to his own addiction of power, when he says, Dori dhore marotan, Raja hobe Khan Khan. And so The king rises in rebellion against his own repressive regulatory system and joins the workers in breaking down the prison. Tagore's Rakta Korobi emerges as an exemplary multi-layered text in its effective use of both symbolism and ideology. And despite the fact that there have been often some criticism that Tagore's translation is a very weak one, however, I would rather once again notice the very, very strong use of language in the English language in Red Oleanders, the translated version. Similarly, in Chandalika, which I just want to touch on because I referred to caste, again, the violence against the lower castes, is what Tagore was addressing in Chandalika. He had merely picked up a Sanskrit Buddhist literary Nepali text as his source text, but he really turned it around on its head. From the creative interventions, with his creative interventions, he transformed a conventional narrative of a priest surrendering to the magical powers of a woman to a play of caste violence, self-discovery, and realization of self-identity. You can also go to Muktadhara. I don't have any time for that, but I would like to emphasize that Muktadhara, that is the waterfall, Red Oleanders, and Chandalika unequivocally underscore how Tagore problematized the roles of the marginalized, subaltern members of society and about otherization, which in his time, it seemed to be such a wonder to us. In the 21st century, we have noticed how myth retellings and revisionist mythologies have made their presence felt in the cultural ecosystem. Many of these retellings are non-critical reiterations. Many are placatory. Some emerge as a glorification of all the indisputable evidences of violence. But there are some also which prove themselves to be resistance literary texts. You can think of Michael Madhusudan Dutt's Meghnad Badh Kabbo, Rabindranath's Visarjan, Mallika Sengupta's Sitayan, Nabanita Dev Sen's Sita Theke Shuru, Volgar's The Liberation of Sita. I had made some humble endeavor myself in terms of revisionist mythologies in my 3 books of poems, Lakshmi Unbound, Sita's Sisters, and Indomitable Draupadi. And finally, of course, I turned to caste in Ekolobyo Speaks and introduced not just the caste issue, but the discourse of resistance and resilience, where Ekolobyo speaks with confidence to the treacherous sycophant teacher, Dronacharya. Yes? So this is what Ekalavya says, and with that I will close. And at the as my poem, it's a rather long poem, it comes to an end. Ekalavya speaks, and this is what he says. Your fake smile was so unbearable. I dropped my bow and arrows on the floor of the forest and walked away without turning. Sir, why did you take my thumb away? Sir, why did you dwarf yourself? Sir, you are no longer my godly guru. Sir, you are no longer my godly guru. Sir, you are now my target. Sorry, sir, I cannot forgive nor forget anymore. The sun also rises for us. I may claim your thumb someday. Othering and violence perhaps is not only about silent victimhood. Othering can inspire and motivate individual or organized resistance and resilience. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Um, Thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, I was thinking, why did it stop right now? I mean, it could have gone on for hours.
Oh my God. দেখেছো কিরকম?
So, no, I mean, well, that's how our classes were, isn't it? Absolutely mesmerized by your fantastic take on violence, othering, and their literary representations. Of course, we will enter into a brief Q&A session now because
Make it brief.
that is, yeah. We will be brief. So, in fact, I will be clubbing two questions over here.
Yeah.
Because they're very similar. One is asked by Raja Basu. All the participants are actually joining us via YouTube. So they have asked me this question. So Raja Basu has a question and Preeti Kumari has another question. But both of them um, have a very similar question, which is this: that Raja Basu is making this point that violence is a kind of is a circularity. It's kind of well, what Homi Bhabha calls perhaps a remediation, a kind of a remediation with a diurnal time. It sort of keeps on and on in a kind of a circularity. And Preeti Kumari also has a similar point, and therefore both of them are asking is that what is the role of literature and culture in negotiating with this circularity and the repetitiveness of violence?
The role of literature, as Bill Ashcroft kept on repeating, that most people say that art and literature have nothing to do with the real world, and the real world operates on its own, and literature does not have an impact on the real world. Actually, literature and culture is also an appeal to the educated mind, the critically aware mind. Yes. And there, this group is becoming increasingly a minority group. Yes. Therefore, the importance of reading literature and learning and changing yourself through that is what unfortunately we are unable to emphasize anymore. But however, the task of a literary visionary, if you want to call it that, and as Shelley had stated way back in the defense of poetry, that poets or writers or thinkers or artists are the unacknowledged, mark you, the unacknowledged legislators of the world. Because as soon as you become an acknowledged legislator of the world, an MP or an MLA or a senator, then, however, you are now signing into obedience, where dissent is to be punished by violence. Yes, we are seeing it all the time. Yes, even a casual reference to something is making a person so very sensitive and hostile that the person is being punished for just what is construed as epistemic violence. Yes.
Absolutely.
So, as of course, the circularity, of course, the whole world is in a cyclical progression. And why not? And,
I mean,
violence will continue. This is my own reading. When Virginia Woolf wrote The Three Guineas, and she was talking about the fact that women could not comment about war, they had no say about the waging of wars. It's not about women not being able to have a say on the waging of wars. Why does war happen? The root reason, I have very limited understanding. I am not expert in international relations or in terms of commentator on wars. But from my limited understanding, I feel that as long as we keep on manufacturing war weapons, we are going to have wars. Because whatever we manufacture, we need a market for selling it. You do not manufacture war weapons to put them out as fancy stuff in your drawing room wall or in the museums. So there is a market, and the market is triggered by the theater of war. And right now, in terms of statistics, Ukraine is the world's greatest exporter of war weapons. Sorry, importer of war weapons. And the USA is the world's greatest exporter of war weapons. And throughout, in terms of statistics, the USA is the world's greatest manufacturer and exporter of absolutely fantastic war weapons. Yeah. If one kills 1,000, there are also bunker buster bombs or something. We have lately picked up these words. Yes. So they have fantastic arsenal of mass murder. And yes, and the producer of mass murder keeps on accusing others of being those who can generate the weapons of mass mass destruction. But it is not. But when we learn about that, it is just to distract our minds from that. Yes, weapons of mass destruction. Yes, because we are unable to really focus on the fact that this buying and selling is what is leading to all these wars. And the theater of war, as Amartya Sen had pointed out earlier, has shifted from Europe and come into the Middle East and South Asia. Yes, and Southeast Asia also. And the wars will be ones which are the most profitable. And the importers, sadly, the second world's largest importer of war weapons is which country? Do you know, Nilanjan?
Is it we?
Is it?
We, India?
Of course. Can you imagine that? Only last year, India was the world's largest importer.
Yeah.
This year, Ukraine has taken over. And why do we need so many war weapons? Where our people are going hungry, where we do not have sufficient schools, we do not have sufficient jobs. You understand? So the real world, otherization, which literature is being able to represent, and especially in our regional literature. Our regional literature is the voice of the other.
Exactly.
Yes. And so, yeah, I think I have moved away from what the question was, but that is it. Debolina is smiling at me.
Yeah, I mean, she will be asking a question before that. Just a second. The thing is that, I mean, we are seeing that what Mr. Trump is doing, through the Harvard University, turning everything into technical universities. The same thing is being done by Mr. Modi over here. So that's how it is. Okay. So therefore, we have a very philosophical question from my brother Falguni. After that, Debolina and Sharnoda, if you can frame your questions together, we can ask one question to ma'am. Before that, yes. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. My question is, now imagine that you are provided with each and every bit of power and prosperity, then what will be your stand out of the world?
You mean power and
power and prosperity?
I don't think I will have that sort of imagination ever. Yes. So
I mean, you have to
but
give
power
some
and
solutions.
prosperity. But my training in literature and in the discipline of humanities I hope will not make me like Jayalalitha. That if I have power and if I have prosperity, I will immediately become an autocrat. I will try to reach out to others as far as practicable, but I do not think I would try to dominate everyone just because I have a little power.
Wow, that's fantastic. That's a great conversation. Again, this could have gone for I don't know for how many hours. Shornudan, Debolina, if you have one question each, I mean, you can put it together to ma'am.
Ma'am, first of all, thank you for that. That was wonderful. And so my question is very simple. So we talk about literature as resistance to power. So my question is, can silence be ever seen as resistance in a system that demands testimony in order to be believed? Or will silence be always treated as a wound?
You see,
Yeah, I think, ma'am, before that, I think let us also let Shornoda ask his question. So together you can answer that.
শরণ্য খুব শক্ত শক্ত কোয়েশ্চেন ইউজ করে আমি শুনেছি
না না ম্যাম এরকম বলবেন না
বলো বলো
ম্যাম ইটস সো গুড টু সি ইউ ম্যাম ফার্স্ট এন্ড ফরমোস্ট
wonderful to see you too.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, this is not a question. This is just an observation. I mean, when we are talking about art and literature, art in general and literature in particular, I guess this is the time when we are so intensely going back to our undergraduate and postgraduate days where we were taught the canons, where we were taught the so-called meta-narratives that we went on to discredit and write against papers after papers, conferences after conferences. And now we feel that those messages of literature, that Browning message in Fra Lippo-Lippi, that art was given for that. We have to go back to those basic values, to that search of beauty, to that visibility, which I guess violence is doing to us, is that it is actually pushing the people who are the subjects of violence, on whom the violence is getting perpetrated. They are being pushed into anonymity. We are not allowed to see them. And it is a job of art, it is a job of literature to bring their voice to the forefront once again. So that kind of makes, literature reading, literature teaching so very important. And I guess now is the time when humanities, I guess, should take the forefront and engage with active politics, with otherization in all the fields, including scientism, economy, war theories, maybe. I guess this is where this conference also becomes very important. This is where, if I'm allowed to say this, ma'am, you and we become so important. And
Yes.
this is the time, this is the time that we, so strongly vote for the revival of literature and literary studies and humanities studies in general. This
Yes,
is
that is why
yeah.
humanities and social sciences are regarded as very threatening because,
Exactly.
And the emphasis is on skill development.
Exactly, ma'am.
The
Exactly.
emphasis is not
Exactly.
about brain development. You
Exactly.
notice, even in terms of semantics, the way in which we are trying to promote progress is to think in terms of a robotic generation.
Exactly.
Work hard, party harder. Yeah, those.
Exactly.
So, and party animals. So you do not feel it is a disgrace to call yourself an animal. Bestiality also is being legitimized. Yes, in every level, verbally, socially, culturally, and also in the physical aspect, which is why killing is so easy nowadays. Yes. দেবলিনা তোমার কোয়েশ্চেনটাই ভুলে গেছি।
ম্যাম আমার প্রশ্ন ছিল যে ক্যান সাইলেন্স বি সিন অ্যাজ এ ফর্ম অফ রেজিস্ট্যান্স নাকি আমরা চিরজীবন সাইলেন্সকে wound হিসেবেই দেখব?
Silence, only yesterday somebody was telling me from the economics department, silence is our worst drawback in a country like ours. 70% of our population is voiceless. Yes, invisible presences, voiceless presences. Yes, once again, like a herd. Yes, and this herd instinct and the social behaviorism that the herd instinct generates is disables our ability to think and express. You have to express. Yes, there should be freedom of thought, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of action. Yes, and all that, because as we noticed, yes, quoted Gandhi and so many others, but along with Gandhi there was Netaji. Yes, it was about armed resistance. There was Mashtadda Shujosen, that was about armed resistance. There was about Bhagat Singh. কিন্তু ওই করলে তো আর আজকে শেষ হতো না, আর আমার একেবারে সাংঘাতিক হতো। এখন আমার লাঞ্চ টাইম, এখন আমি so, but it was great fun to be with all of you, and that you are still think that I am relevant gives me a shot in the arm, and I'm very, very pleased to be with you today. And thank you so much, all of you, and Nilanjan in particular, because I don't know,
Thank
he
you,
has a
ma'am.
way with words. Okay, na bola jay na, ami dekhlam.
Thank you, ma'am. I mean, it was so very intellectually stimulating. I mean, just for the record of it, you were being heard not just in India, but there are paper presenters from the Middle East. There are paper presenters from Europe, and they have all listened to you in the YouTube live. So thank you so much, ma'am, for being there. And well, you are actually more relevant than we can ever think of, because we are no one to certify. You are an institution by yourself, and it's such a pleasure and honor to have you on board. Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone. We will conclude this session now. We are joining with Dr. Simi Malhotra of Jamia Millia Islamia sharply at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Once again, we welcome everyone back to this third plenary session of ours for this particular seminar, which is on violence and its representations. We have Professor Simi Malhotra joining us from Delhi of Jamia Millia Islamia. So let me introduce her first. So Professor Simi Malhotra is a professor in the Department of English of Jamia Millia Islamia. And her research interests include contemporary literary and cultural theories, including post-theoretical developments. She also is an exponent of culture studies in popular culture, in folk studies. And she has quite a few recognitions and awards to her credit. She was awarded the University Grants Commission Deutscher Award, the UGC DAAD project in 21-22. She was also awarded a grant under the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, for the Scheme for Promotion for Academic and Research Collaboration. She has actually taught in many universities outside India as well, including the ones in the American Philosophical Association, the University of Munster in Germany, St. Paul's University in Kenya, University of Rajshahi in Bangladesh, and University of Essex in the UK, and many, many more. And of course, she has authored quite a few books, which include, for example, Panoramas of the Pandemic, a Phenomenological Inquiry, which was published in 2025. In fact, it has been published in this year itself. She has also published a book called Effective World Making, Routing Planetary Thought, which was published in 24. She also has a publication called Globalization and Sense-Making Practice, Phenomenologies of the Global, Local, and the Glocal, which was published in 23, and many, many, many other books. So she's obviously a stalwart in our field, in the fields of post-colonial studies, in the field of post-literary theories, and we welcome ma'am to please address this session, and it is our absolute honor and privilege to welcome her on board. Ma'am, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nilanjan. Thank you for this invitation, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to everybody there. I must, of course, acknowledge some people. That's Dr. Arpita Mandal Nandi, who's the principal of Panchla Mahavidyalaya, Debolina Das, who's the head of the department, and of course Falguni Noshkar, who's also been an architect behind this seminar, but largely to you, Nilanjan, for being in touch with me and for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here. If you don't mind, can I share my screen? I'm not very sure whether people can see my screen, but they'll be able to see my screen, right?
So please share, ma'am. It's not visible yet.
Yeah.
Yes, now it is perfectly visible.
Just 1 second. Right. It's just, I mean, it's just a paper, but I just thought that if there are people who are interested in reading, they can probably also read along with me. I'll be largely speaking, and I mean, of course, also referring to also referring to the paper in front of you. So when I was asked by Nilanjan to speak today to all of you, I thought that I will speak about an author who we all are familiar with in India and across the world, and that is Tagore. But I will come to Tagore a little later. But what I have titled my presentation as is Tagore on the violence of nationalism towards a manifesto for other regardingness and another cosmopolitanism. So, of course, I'm assuming that many people here would be fairly familiar with Tagore's very, very important work on nationalism, and I shall be speaking about it and referring to it towards the end of my presentation. But before that, I would also be touching upon upon two other concepts which are there in the title of my presentation, which is, of course, something which is also there in your concept note, which is about othering and other regardingness. And of course, there's a long tradition of this relationship between the self and the other, and one can't really take on everything in this presentation, but I will certainly be touching upon some of that. And of course, I will also be talking about cosmopolitanism. But of course, as you can see, that I've qualified cosmopolitanism by referring to not cosmopolitanism as such, but another cosmopolitanism. This is, of course, a borrowing of a phrase, and that's why it's in quotes, from Sela Ben Habib. And so I will also be referring to that. So if you'll give so is my screen visible, Nilanjan? I'm so sorry because I can't see.
Yes, 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 yes. It's absolutely visible. Yeah.
Is it scrolling? I mean, when I scroll, does it scroll?
No.
It
No.
isn't scrolling. I mean, so is it scrolling now? No.
Yes. Now it is scrolling. Yes, yes. Now it is scrolling. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So just in case if it is not moving, just alert me. Just message me in the chat box, and I will speak about. I mean, I will rectify that. So yeah. So like I said, that I will be talking about other regardingness and other cosmopolitanism, and towards the end, I will be talking to you about a little bit about Tagore. I want to, of course, begin by talking about the fact that these are indeed troubled times, and I think whether we look around the world, whichever continent you think about, whether it's Africa, whether it's Europe, whether it is Asia, the US, wherever. I mean, America, you see that there are troubles brewing everywhere. And of course, we see that all around us, we see that sectarian identity assertions are raising their ugly heads. And we can see that in different parts of the world. I don't want to name those parts of the world, but all of us are aware that identity assertions largely drawn on sectarian lines are being are spawning everywhere. And often we see that they get also expressed through violence. And we can see that in Iran, we can see that in Ukraine, we can see that in Palestine. I mean, you can think about n number of places, but we can see that a lot of these sectarian identity assertions are also expressed through violence. And of course, what they are doing, therefore, is that they're also challenging the foundations of what we've thought humanity to be or human life to be. And of course, we as those who are invested in humanities education obviously are concerned about some of these important aspects which define the objects of our engagement. And so therefore, probably it is only timely that we should discuss the idea of another cosmopolitanism as a possibility to redress this issue of identitarianism, where we can possibly have the potential of embracing the other, which can be a gesture of embracing the other, because we've seen enough discourses which feed into the othering of the other. But can we think of discourses which can take us beyond I, me, myself, identity, politics, self-sameness, etc., to the world of the other and to the embracing the other rather than vilifying the other or being at war with the other. And so therefore, I'm interested in this particular concern. And I will also speak about this in relation to an instance of Indian literature, and which I've already indicated that I will be referring to Tagore on nationalism, where we can see that already in Tagore's views on nationalism, there was already a contrapuntal view which was offered as also, and which was contrapuntal to its own times. That is the idea of colonial modernity, but which is probably even as relevant today. We've been through a long history since Tagore, and of course, nations were important categories. They were fulcrums of anti-colonial movements. And nation, of course, was a very, very important category till nation became a symbolic category under a certain idea of globalization, and nation itself was seen as a category which must be therefore critiqued. And we've seen a number of critiques from Benedict Anderson to Ed Skeller to to all kinds of people who've talked about nation and its fragments and all kinds of things. So therefore, I'm not going to go into that. But we are back to the idea of the nation and the idea of the nation that we have before us, where nations are at war with each other in the name of identity, in the name of sectarian identity politics today. Probably it becomes urgent for us to look at what are the ways that we can think of stepping out of these folds and thinking of possibilities of embracing the other, and of course some sort of a version of another kind of cosmopolitanism which can help us redress this issue. Of course, within our own discipline of English literature, and of course, I must add a rider here, which is that if you look at our literature itself, English literature itself, and how itself it would have developed within post-colonial idiom in our own context in some senses, there are attempts, of course, made to use literature and culture as a springboard for doing identity politics. And we've seen that in relation to race, in relation to gender, in relation to religion, in relation to region. And so therefore, there are all kinds of identity-oriented literature and cultural studies, whether it's Dalit or Northeast or Kashmiri or whatever. I mean, there are all kinds of identity and identity-based analysis of literature and culture which become important in our discipline itself. But what we would also know fairly well from our long engagement with the discipline of literary studies is that the mandate of studying literature and culture in general, and of course, writing in particular, is actually to take us beyond ourselves, beyond the here and now, beyond ourselves into the world of the other. Which is another time, another place, another location, another people. And so therefore it is precisely to be able to defamiliarize ourselves from our own spaces, from our own times, from our own values, from our own concerns. And it makes this ethical gesture by virtue of writing, by virtue of being a literary piece, of taking us into another world, into another space or time. And this is largely what our engagement of literature is, even when we study, let's say, ancient literature, or whether we study literature from different parts of India, or whether we study, American literature, Australian or Fijian or African or Canadian or whichever kind of literature precisely dislocates us from our own position, from our own location, and takes us into another world, into another place, to another place, another time. And so therefore it brings us face to face with the other. And that's precisely what literature does. Literature does not give us only, as some people would think, only the cocoon of our own I, me, myself identity politics, but it also takes us beyond our identity into the world of the other. And that's also an important aspect of literature, or potential of literature, which we can't really undermine. And so therefore literature always holds the promise of a cosmopolitical democracy, because, and of course I don't use the term cosmopolitan, I will explain that a little later, but it is supposed to be democratic in its spirit by taking us beyond ourselves to the world of the other. And of course therefore the key words which become important for me are, of course, cosmopolitanism on the one hand and writing on the other. And what I will show in my presentation is to look at the relationship between cosmopolitics on the one hand and writing on the other, since that's what we are concerned with, that how literature is cosmopolitical, how literature itself can lead to cosmopolitics, to lead us to the world of the other, or make us more other regarding in that sense. And then, of course, I will give you an illustration of the same through Tagore and Tagore's articulation of what he has to say about nationalism. And so let me simplify things and tell you what my argument is. So let me just short circuit my argument and tell you what I would be presenting in my talk. And so what I will go on to do is that I will begin by analyzing how Immanuel Kant, philosopher Immanuel Kant, that I'm sure all of you would be familiar with, he gave, of course, a formative definition of cosmopolitanism. And he had, of course, made hospitality as an important condition of cosmopolitanism. But for him, the idea of cosmopolitanism, where hospitality would be accorded to the alien or to the foreigner, it relied heavily on the agency of the nation, that the nation had the agency to be able to accord hospitality to the other. And we know that nation itself is a product of modernity. But what I will do after touching a little bit upon Kant to primarily situate and locate the idea of cosmopolitanism, I will of course touch upon how he has been critiqued by Jacques Derrida. And those of you who are familiar with Jacques Derrida would know about his work, very, very important work on cosmopolitanism and forgiveness, where he displaces, the Kantian idea of the role which he gives to the nation as the fulcrum through which one can be hospitable to the other. And instead, what he goes on to say is that that the agency of hospitality and of course with that of forgiveness actually I mean, of course, he connects it to two categories. So not the nation, but instead to the city, which is that there are cities of refuge, which are non-national bases. So no longer the nation space, but primarily the idea of cities. That city is essentially of a refuge to aliens or to foreigners or to strangers or whichever word one may want to use. And the second thing, of course, is that forgiveness is essentially, or the idea of embracing the other, or the idea of forgiveness is primarily is a repetitive and iterative quasi-linguistic act, which is how it is performed. So it is between two singularities that I forgive you, or if somebody asks for forgiveness and somebody asks to be forgiven and somebody forgives. And what he goes on to do is very interesting, which is that for this he draws inspiration not from modern nation or modern categories such as the nation, but instead he draws inspiration from pre-national formulations of both traditions, the Hebraic tradition, and I will talk a little bit about St. Paul and also the Hellenic tradition. And so he draws inspiration from both the Greek and we see the Hebraic tradition, and he pre-national and in pre-national, in pre-national formulations, he locates the idea of cosmopolitanism, which is pre-national, and so therefore not necessarily as Kant would imagine as nation as the agent in some senses. And so there and this and so I will talk a little bit about Derrida, and then of course I will take you through Salah Ben Habib, who I've already spoken about, who essentially goes on to talk about another kind of cosmopolitanism. So not the Kantian kind, not the Derridian kind, but another kind of cosmopolitanism, which of course on the one hand eschews and abrogates the idea of a sectarian idea of a nation, but it also does not really fall into some sort of an amorphous, vague, dilettante idea of cosmopolitanism, which is like wishy-washy, etc. But instead, she posits the idea of the cosmopolitical, which is what I'm interested in, and so therefore, this another kind of cosmopolitanism, which is what can possibly be a way of going beyond the current times that we're living through, and as a tool towards democracy to come, that I will see that the echoes of what I'm trying to say can be found actually in Tagore's prophetic critique of the nation in his famous 1917 work called Nationalism. And so therefore I would give an example of this idea of a manifesto for cosmopolitanism, another kind of cosmopolitanism from Indian literature itself. Let me first go to Kant. So this is my argument. So I will talk about Kant. I will talk a little bit about Derrida's critique of Kant and his critique of the idea of the nation, and instead talk about cities. And then, of course, already preempting the idea of language and literature, and which, of course, gets really taken up by Salah Ben Habib in her idea of another cosmopolitanism. And then, of course, I will come back to Tagore and to show that how within Indian literature itself, Tagore was also voicing this in 1917 itself. So of course, to come to Kant, our contemporary attempts to understand cosmopolitanism, of course, takes us back to the root of this very, very famous essay of Kant, which was published in 1795, which is called Perpetual Peace. It's a short, kind of essay for those of you who might be interested in reading. It's a free PDF which is available, so you can read it. In Perpetual Peace, this essay of his, 1795, Kant essentially presents this argument that with increasing trade, with increase in travel, with commercial relationships developing between nation states, soon war would have become a thing of the past, because the need for economic growth will require nations to be hospitable to each other, leading to a certain kind of mutual tolerance and cosmopolitanism. Now, this is the general idea that Kant has about the beginning of modernity, about modernity and about nations. And of course, what he goes on to say is that because of economic growth being at the heart of how nations are coming together, for trade and for travel and for commercial relationships, etc., etc., nations will be forced to be hospitable to each other, to tolerate each other, and to therefore become cosmopolitanism because of this economic rationale. And so therefore, things like war would become a thing of the past, and wars would therefore come to an end. Now, this is, of course, a very interesting idea, but we know that while Kant was writing in the 18th century, 20th century already, when we are at the other end of the debate, in some senses, we can see that we've faced numerous wars, across different nations, across the globe. But of course, the big wars, which are the world wars themselves. But this was his vision in 1795, and for him, therefore, his conception that nation states will have to cooperate precisely for economic growth. He would make hospitality as a very important aspect of understanding cosmopolitanism, and he would say this about hospitality. So if you look at the screen and the quote, he would say, so hospitality, of course, becomes key for him, and he would say, and I quote him, so if you look at the intended quote, he says, hospitality means the right of a stranger not to be treated as an enemy when he arrives in the land of another. One may refuse to receive him when this can be done without causing his destruction. But so long as he peacefully occupies his place, one may not treat him with hostility. It is not the right to be a permanent visitor that one may demand. A special contract of beneficence would be needed in order to give an outsider a right to become a fellow inhabitant for a certain length of time. It is only the right of temporary sojourn, a right to associate, which all men have. They have it by virtue of their common possession of the surface of the earth, where as a globe they cannot infinitely disperse, and hence must finally tolerate the presence of each other. Now, this is very interesting what Kant goes on to say. If you look at his idea of hospitality, where of course he's talking about the fact that it's not about giving rights of a permanent visitor, but it is only a temporary kind of an arrangement where we have to associate, and in any case there's a compulsion because there's only a common limited surface of the earth and the globe is not expanding, and so therefore one cannot infinitely disperse, and because of this contained space that we belong to, we will have to finally tolerate each other. And this is what he, of course, goes on to say. Now, there are, of course, a few things which we must note here. First of all, of course, as we can see from what he has had to say, under his idea of the covenant of perpetual peace that the nation states would arrive at, the outsider that he's talking about, or the other, would indeed be tolerated, but and not meted out with hostility. But he would only be given a temporary visitation rights and no permanent resident rights. This already, of course, suggests certain limitations in Kant's definition of hospitality. It's not an open-ended hospitality. It is already a conditional hospitality in some senses, where the ideas of tolerating the other are premised on certain conditionalities in some senses. And of course, apart from the limitations which are there in the quote itself, Derrida, who I will move on to next, points out how on several other grounds also, Kant's idea of cosmopolitanism, which often we think of as the beginning of cosmopolitan thought, is actually, according to Derrida, a break in cosmopolitan thought or the existing chain of true cosmopolitics, because Kant makes hospitality conditional. He makes it conditional. He gives conditions for being hospitable to the other. And so if you look at the next quote, which I will read before you, this is a quote from an interview which was given by Derrida to Geoffrey Bennington in 1997. wherein he points about the limitations, of course, of Kant's notion of hospitality and cosmopolitanism. It's a long quote, so I will read it for you. He says, and I quote him, "There is a tradition of cosmopolitanism, and if we had time, we could study this tradition, which comes to us from, on the one hand, Greek thought with the Stoics, who have a concept of the citizen of the world. You also have Saint Paul in the Christian tradition, also a certain call for a citizen of the world as precisely a brother. Yes, St. Paul says that we are all brothers, that is, sons of gods. So we are not foreigners. We belong to the world as citizens of the world. And it is this tradition that we could follow up until Kant, for instance, in whose concept of cosmopolitanism we find the conditions for hospitality. But in the concept of the cosmopolitical in Kant, there are a number of conditions. First of all, you should, of course, welcome the stranger, the foreigner, to the extent that he is a citizen of another country, that you grant him the right to visit and not to stay. And there are a number of other conditions that I can't summarize here quickly. But this concept of the cosmopolitical, which is very novel, very worthy of respect, and I think cosmopolitanism is a very good thing, is a very limited concept. End quote. Now, as you could make out already in the small quote that I've read before you from Derrida, he's of course citing that we have before Kant, who we generally think of as the beginning of cosmopolitan thought, or with whom we usually associate the idea of cosmopolitanism, he of course points out that actually he does not really mark the beginning of cosmopolitan thought. There is a whole tradition of cosmopolitanism which exists within the Hellenic tradition and the Hebraic tradition, where we have for instance, the Greeks, the idea of the citizen of the world with the Stoics, and of course, in the Christian tradition, we have St. Paul, where one would think of the rest of the neighbors as brothers, and so therefore not really as foreigners. And so for him, actually, Kant marks the end of cosmopolitanism precisely because he makes cosmopolitanism a conditional category. The idea of the citizen of the world or the idea of the brother is not conditional on any premise within the pre-existing traditions in some senses. Now, if I go on beyond this, over and above, of course, the observation that I've already made on the basis of the quote that I had from Kant, that Kant only talks about temporary visitation rights. Derrida, of course, has raised other points about the limitations of Kant's idea of cosmopolitanism. And so Kant, of course, comes more as a break in the long tradition of hospitality rather than what Kant's idea of hospitality is, which is that modern states, nation states, will perforce arrive at the idea of perpetual peace among themselves because of economic reasons, and wars would disappear. But we know that that's something which did not really happen. And of course, as Derrida demonstrates, that hospitality is a much older concept which comes from the Greek cynics and Stoic philosophers on the one hand, and of course within the biblical tradition or the Hebraic tradition from both the Abrahamic tradition and from St. Paul, the Pauline tradition, when we did not even have the concept of the nation state. And so cosmopolitanism is a much older concept than nation states themselves. And there is the idea of co-living, or living with the other, or living with the other as a brother, or living with other as a citizen of the world, which is pre-nation, and it's not really hinged on some conditions of or some compulsion of economic growth and things like that. And so of course so of course for Derrida, and of course, as I'm also saying, that Kant's modern idea of hospitality and cosmopolitanism is of course conditional and limited therefore. And of course, what Derrida also points out is that Kant's idea of hospitality seems to, of course, privilege the local community, which can dole out, almost as a gesture of beneficence or being kind to the foreigner or to the other, and of course, this local community often is seen in conjunction with the nation and the nation state, and therefore the machinery of the nation state, which is the police and the repressive machinery in some senses. And so therefore, the agency of the Kantian kind of hospitality actually lies with the machinery of the nation state. And it does not really belong to the individual, to the city, or to the people, which is what we will see, let's say, for example, in Derrida or in Salah Ben Habib. And so now I move on to, to Derrida. When Derrida went on to publish his very important work in 2001, which is called On Cosmopolitanism and Forgiveness, though he adopts a number of views which come from Kant, his chief argument, of course, is that it's not the nation state, but actually cities, which historically have been the sites of of hospitality, of future-oriented hospitality. Cities have always given refuge. So he has this idea of cities of refuge, where most major cities of the world, from the Middle Ages onwards, and how they are currently, of course, demographically also constituted through the 1990s and 2000s to the present times, have often fallen outside the purview of the official nation-state machineries and have been cradles of cosmopolitanism and hospitality. So, of course, as opposed to the Kantian idea of the nation-state, in Derrida, we have the idea of cities of refuge. So not the nation, but instead the city, which has been through Middle Ages down till the present times, have offered refuge to the outsider. And so we can see that in the demographics that we see of even modern cities in some senses, even the city that I am in, for instance, Delhi, who are the Delhi Walas? I mean, it is often, it is a city which gives refuge to all kinds of people who come from outside. And so therefore, he has this idea of cities of refuge and not really the nation as the fulcrum of hospitality. This idea where the nation itself is problematized as the seat of cosmopolitanism gets further highlighted by Salah Ben Habib, who also I named a little while back, in a very important book called Another Cosmopolitanism, which was published in 2006, and where, of course, what she goes on to show is that Kant's idea of cosmopolitanism, of course, is state-sponsored, nation-state sponsored, and of course, the mechanism of its implementation primarily depends on the machinery of the nation state or the rulers of the nation state. So whether refuge will be given to the outsider or not largely rests with the state and the state machinery. And so if I share a quote by Ben Habib for you, she says, and I quote her, "Cosmopolitan citizens still needed their individual republics to be citizens at all. And end quote. And the onus of according refuge or asylum still lies with the sovereign." So, of course, what she goes on to say is that we might have the idea of cosmopolitan, we might have the idea of a cosmopolitan citizen, but ultimately that citizen has to belong to a nation, and it's precisely the nation and the sovereign of the nation who has the power to be able to accord refuge or asylum to the other in some senses. And in fact, Ben Habib also quotes Derrida that this idea of cosmopolitanism, where apparent hospitality is given to the other, a refuge is given or asylum is given to the other, it is essentially juridico-political. So, of course, it is political, and it is also legal. I mean, it is also invested in the juridico-political machinery in some senses. Where, and she quotes, she says, "Limits are set, boundaries are established and protected with violence. Asylees are turned away, refugees are denied entry and aid, citizens are denaturalized." So, of course, what she goes on to say is that this juridico-political vision of cosmopolitanism invested into the body of the nation state somehow works with this premise of limits, setting limits, creating boundaries, and of course. And of course, we've seen, ships being turned away, and people can be just left to the seas, where asylees are turned away, refugees are denied entry, they're not given aid. And so in some senses, those who might have been citizens of another nation state are also denaturalized, through this idea of this juridico-political idea or political idea of hospitality. And so therefore, what Salah Ben Habib offers, taking some inspiration from Derrida, of course, is to say that different from this nation occasion idea of hospitality, or even a city-based idea of hospitality, one has to look at new forms of political agency and subjectivity, which where she primarily relies a lot on Derrida's idea of writing or iteration, and which Ben Habib, of course, calls democratic iterations, which is that the iterations or the writings of the people themselves, democratics of the demos, of the people themselves. So not the nation or the city, but of the individual, of the, not individual in that sense, but I mean of the people, of the citizen, of the individual in that sense, and which, of course, for her are therefore linguistic or literary or cultural repetitions by the people themselves, which transform through their continuous invocation and revocation. They establish ideas of the limits, of the boundaries, of who's a refugee, of of asylees, of who's the other. And so, therefore, what Ben Habib says is that and for her, therefore, when people themselves engage with these linguistic, literary, cultural acts of these categories of hospitality, of forgiveness, of asylees, of citizens, etc., etc., then they can reappropriate and reinterpret the rules and become not just the subjects but also the authors of the law. So people can become the authors of the law rather than simply being subjected by the laws which are decided by the sovereign, the nation state enforces, and they have to simply just follow and get subjected by it. And so, if you look at this quote by Ben Habib, she says, the democratic people can reconstitute itself through such acts of democratic iteration so as to enable the extension of democratic voice. Aliens can become residents, and residents can become citizens. Democracies require porous borders. And so her idea of how democratic repetitions or articulations of literature, of culture, can actually extend the democratic voice such that aliens can no longer be aliens, they become residents, and residents themselves have the potential to become citizens. And so, therefore, her idea of a democracy to come is precisely the idea of porous borders, not closed borders, not walls, not the idea of turning away asylees and refugees, not providing aid, etc., etc. And so, therefore, her idea of a democratic iteration by people is precisely what will extend the democratic voice and will make the borders more porous. So, rather than the nation states being at war with each other, it's people-to-people contact or people themselves who can extend the democratic voice, according to Ben Habib. And so, this is her idea of another kind of cosmopolitanism. So, of course, for Ben Habib, cosmopolitanism, her idea of cosmopolitanism, therefore, is the emergence of a new political configuration and new forms of agency inspired by interdependence. But it is an interdependence of people, not on the nation or the city in some senses. And so, therefore, Ben Habib, of course, following Derrida, elaborates that the idea of hospitality must not be only nation-driven, but must be people-driven. And of course, the repetitions which the people can make through these quasi or linguistic or literary or cultural acts precisely will extend the democratic voice and will therefore have the potential to be able to take us to a real cosmopolitics and not just some token cosmopolitanism or some qualified cosmopolitanism or some compromised cosmopolitanism, etc., which is oriented towards the democracy to come. And in fact, Derrida talks about two strategies through which this cosmopolitics would work. And that's what it's there in his book and that's there in the title of his work also, and the two sections of the book, which is called Hospitality and Forgiveness, and these categories that he deals with, linguists, of course, would call these speech acts. And so, therefore, this literary linguistic idea of the cosmopolitical is already connected in some ways to speech and to writing and to literature and to culture. And in fact, in the second part of the book on cosmopolitanism and forgiveness, which is called On Forgiveness, he in fact elaborates, and Derrida in fact states this, that the nation or the public institution has neither the right nor the power to forgive, because the power to forgive And in fact, what he also goes on to say is that what the nation can do, or a public institution can do at best, is through the political performance of a theater of forgiveness, a therapy of reconciliation. It can only do a theater, it can only make a spectacle out of forgiveness, but pure forgiveness engages only two singularities. So forgiveness is not between the nation or between an institution, but it is between two singularities. As far as Derrida is concerned, and which is, of course, as he goes on to say, between the victim and the perpetrator, and their discursive interaction in that sense. And so, therefore, for a true cosmopolitics to come, and which will take us beyond this whole idea of I, me, myself, and sameness, and sectarian identity politics, and the resultant violence and war that we've seen in the name of that. Rather than rely on some idea of vague or conditional cosmopolitanism, one needs to move beyond the idea of the nation and instead rely on cultural acts, democratic acts, of speech acts, of writing, and of literature and culture itself. And so, therefore, I will go on to Tagore straight away because I have very little time left. So I will go on through Tagore fast because I'm sure all of you are familiar with Tagore's famous collection of essays called Nationalism, where he shows that India has to eschew the idea of modern notions of nation and nationalism, and of course he would in this section called Nationalism in the West, he would say neither the colorless vagueness of cosmopolitanism nor the fierce self-idolatry of nation worship is the goal of human history. So of course he would reject both the idea of vague idea of cosmopolitanism and the whole idea of nation worship itself. And so therefore Tagore distances himself from cosmopolitanism of this kind and parochialism. And in fact, we know Tagore's views about nation, and he says, and if you look at the quote, he says, nation in the sense of the political and economic union of a people is that aspect which a whole population is and organized for a mechanical purpose. When this organization of politics and commerce, whose other name is the nation, becomes all powerful at the cost of the harmony of the higher social life, then it is an evil day for humanity. And the nation, with all its paraphernalia of power and prosperity, its flags and pious hymns, its blasphemous prayers in the churches, and the literary mock thunders of its patriotic bragging, cannot hide the fact that the nation is the greatest evil for the nation. And of course, even in nationalism in India, he says nationalism is a great menace. It is the particular thing which for years has been the bottom of India's troubles. And one can go on about how nation is the worst kind of an aesthetic which has been invented. Of course, there's a systematic program of self-seeking and moral perversion, and so therefore we must be resentful of this category of the nation. And so, of course, there is this whole diatribe against the nation which he spells out. And of course, he was writing in the 1917s, but this is probably as true of today's time than it was at that point of time. We must know 1917 is also the beginning of the world wars in some senses, and look at where we are standing today. And what he, of course, goes on to say is that that it's not about one particular nation, but about the abstract idea of the nation itself in terms of what nation does, that he has a problem with. And in fact, people who belong to the nation always try to project the idea of the nation, and they try to convert others also who may not live with the idea of the nation and convert them also into nations. And we've seen that nations, when it's people to people contact, it's a different story. But when nations fight, whether it's a cricket match or whether it's a real war, we can see what happens to the emotive, affective world that nation breeds in the people. And so therefore, he's fairly dismissive of this idea of the sectarian, identity-oriented, parochial idea of the nation in that sense. And of course, he also therefore offers a direct critique of Kant's idea of perpetual peace, because there's no agreement between nations, and far from actually it leading to hospitality and peace. We've seen that nationalism in the West, it primarily went on to lead to world wars. And so therefore, I'll leave this long quote here because I want to also leave some time for discussion. And so therefore, rather than talking about nationalism and like sectarianism as its ideal, Tagore would talk about hospitality and tolerance of diversity and otherness as the prime goal that India should have. And so, if you look at this quote, and if you look at, I'll read this one quote. He says, "India is too vast in its area and too diverse in its races. It has many countries packed in one geographical receptacle. Be it said to the credit of India that this diversity was not her own creation. She has had to accept it as a fact from the beginning of her history. In America and Australia, Europe has simplified her problem by almost exterminating the original population. Even in the present age, the spirit of extermination is making itself manifest, and we can see that he's writing in 1917, but it's true even of now. By inhospitably shutting out aliens through those who themselves were aliens in the land that they now occupy. But India tolerated difference of races from the first, and that spirit of toleration has acted all through her history." And so, therefore, what he goes on to say is that by virtue of the diversity which was presented to India, in some senses, it has lived with diversity, and it's not the diversity or this idea of cosmopolitanism is something which comes with the idea of the nation state itself, and so therefore he would say that if you have to have the idea of a plural cosmopolitics of hospitality as opposed to the parochial idea of a political nationalism, India can offer this idea of another kind of cosmopolitanism as something which it can offer to the world. And in fact, if you look at the last quote, he says, "In spite of our great difficulty, however, India has done something. She has tried to make an adjustment of races to acknowledge the real differences between them where these exist, and yet seek for some basis of unity. In finding the solution for a problem, we shall have helped to solve the world problem as well. What India has been, the whole world is now. The whole world is becoming one country through scientific facility, and the moment is arriving when you also must find a basis of humanity which is not political." So, of course, he's telling us that it's not the political solution, but possibly a literary, cultural, creative solution that we have to come up with. And so, therefore, I will, come towards the very end. If you look at what he has to say, nationalism in the West, and this is the last quote that I will read, he says, "The nation has thriven long upon mutilated humanity. Men, the fairest creations of God, came out of the national manufactory in huge numbers as war-making and money-making puppets, ludicrously vain of their pitiful perfection and mechanism. Human society grew more and more into a marionette show of politicians, soldiers, manufacturers, and bureaucrats, pulled by wire arrangements and wonderful efficiency." And so, of course, I must end this presentation, and how true this last quote of Tagore actually rings for today's time. We are seeing this everywhere, be it our own context, be it in Asia, be it in Middle East. We are seeing this everywhere, that the kind of intolerance and the kind of jingoism and the kind of violence which is being meted out in the name of nations and defending nations and nationalism, which is doled out, of course, in high decibels in media and establishment, and of course also in social media. They threaten the very foundation of who we Indians have inherited as a tradition, or even which is pre-modern in terms of the Hellenic and the idea of the Hebraic tradition, where we've had another cosmopolitan thinking as well, which is not really based on this whole idea of economic growth or or of war making, of money making, etc., etc. And so I will rest my case here by saying that if we have to be truly non-identitarian, and if we have to have a true political pursuit of literature and culture, then we need to counter this whole idea of the modern notion of the nation state, and probably this is what this suspicion of this category is precisely what will be able to take us out of this sectarian, identitarian politics which plagues our society today, and probably make us more responsive and more embracing of the other and of otherness itself, which is what the tradition has been for a fairly long time. So I will stop here, and I'm really sorry for having taken time till 3, but if there are any questions or comments, I'll be happy to respond to them.
Thank you, ma'am. I think, mute got. Yeah. Madam? Yeah. Yeah. So I think we have a lot to say on that, basically. I mean, it was a enthralling as ever. And ma'am, we have heard many of your lectures in the past as well. It was very intellectually stimulating. So I would start off the discussions. Maybe we can spend around 5 minutes on this, not more than that, maybe. In the meantime, I will also ask Debolina and Sharonuda to sort of frame their questions. So, if to start off with, I think, I was in, attending a workshop done by Homi Bhabha the last week in the New School in New York. And, there, Professor Bhabha was talking about the fact that, this whole idea of nationhood is very problematic, because any, presence on the border is always a problem. Whether you talk of the border in terms of the nation, border in terms of identity, border in terms of presence, any act of bordering itself is always a problem. And, to top that, Professor Bhabha was talking about the fact that, being a minority is not a problem. Minoritization is. The politics of minoritization itself is a big problem. And what we are seeing in Gaza, what we are seeing in Ukraine, what we are seeing in Kashmir, is basically this whole politics of minoritization, not necessarily in terms of number, because in Kashmir the Hindus were killed, but the Hindus are a majority in India. Yet there was a minoritization of the Hindus in the Kashmir Valley, right? So that's precisely what Bhabha was talking about. Homi was talking about this whole politics of minoritization. So I was sort of wondering if you could sort of maybe put your comments on that.
Absolutely. I mean, I would tend to agree with his conception of that precisely the borders are the problem, and we've seen I mean, and in our own context, I mean, we've seen Amitav Ghosh articulated so well in Shadow Lines. We've seen our own histories. One doesn't really need to go to the Holocaust or to look at what's happening in Palestine now, but I mean, even partition, for instance, in that sense. So of course you're absolutely right, which is that borders are precisely what the problems are, and whether these are borders which are hard borders in terms of nations, or whether these are borders across states, or whether it is borders in terms of who can come to the northeast, or who must whether a Bihari can come to Maharashtra. I mean, we've seen in our recent histories all these being articulated, and so who gets minoritized where, if one uses the metaphor that which you've used in that sense, that becomes of course a problem. So I think I would tend to agree with Homi Bhabha's idea, and this is exactly why what Salah Ben Habib says, which is the idea of another cosmopolitanism, where we can extend the idea of this democracies require porous borders, that we have to create porosity, and porosity can be created precisely by these articulations through literature, through writing, through Amitav Ghosh, or through Homi Bhabha's articulations, etc. And so we have to continuously press against a certain kind of a creation of a discourse by precisely repeating the idea of the porosity of borders, rather than these hard borders and walls which are being built by forces. And I think I would completely agree with that, and that is exactly what was at the heart of my conception of another cosmopolitanism.
Exactly. Cosmopolitanism, at the heart of the very idea of cosmopolitanism is basically the idea of movement, isn't it? I mean, this freedom to move. I mean, whenever this freedom to move is curbed, that's where the nation comes in, and that's where the subjectivity of the sovereign comes in, isn't it? And that is where the problem is. Well, I would maybe ask Debolina to put a question, if there is any. Debolina, are you there? I don't. Sharonada, yeah, Debolina, yes.
Hello.
Put on your video as well. Yes.
Hello. Am I audible and visible? I'm sorry, there seems to be that. Oh, okay.
Yes, you're audible and visible both. Yes.
So thank you for an illuminating lecture, ma'am. So I have a question. So the idea of nation and citizenship is changing constantly. So do you think that today, now that we're in the age of AI, we are in the stage of intense technological surveillance, do you think that has some sort of profound impact on how the idea of citizenship is conceived, and how the idea of national borders or nationalism itself is conceived? Because we seem to be always under a state of surveillance. Like recently we had this arrest of this individual from Kolkata because she posted something along the lines of nationalism or anti-nationalism, however it may be viewed, ma'am. So that's my question, ma'am.
I'm so glad, Devulina, for that question. I mean, it's such an important question for us. I mean, you're absolutely right, which is that, I mean, and this has been theorized by many people, which is surveillance capitalism, but how surveillance capitalism precisely gets, and we've seen that. I mean, you can see it in popular culture, films like The Hack, Cambridge Analytica, which can persuade people to, and people can hire companies to win elections. And so, the sovereignty of the nation state is so much in the hands of surveillance capitalism or capitalism per se. And that's why, I think in some senses, Trump really represents that force for us, because it's not, that there is the political face and there is the, there's a corporate lobby, I mean, it's like the coming together of both in some senses. And therefore, it shocks us even more because, we're so far used to the idea of, there being the nation state, which has got a certain reformist face, etc., which is supposed to be pro-people and not really serving the interests of the capital. But here we see an explicitation of that, that kind of coming together in this form. And so it kind of, opens up, what we've always known about nation and corporates working together in some senses. And so it's really not a surprise that surveillance capitalism is something which will feed, and which will actually dictate the futures of nations in some senses, and, will get used by nation states precisely to be able to, throw people into jail who are not convenient for them, or their versions of nation and nationalism. So it's not really a surprise. So I mean, so it's not really with AI. I mean, with it's precisely what has been an old crony of capital corporate nexus of nations, which have always been how nations have been, through the modern through the modern era in some senses, which probably has got explicitated for us in terms of these examples that we have, which are not really scandals, but which are really which is precisely how surveillance capitalism feeds into the nation, and the nation and the surveillance capitalism works together in some senses. And so, the idea of population control, which Moho or Foucault would have talked about at a certain point of time, that's become much more easier with technology, where surveillance is so much easy with prompts and search tools and things like that. And we are and we are therefore subjected as citizens, though apparently in this very free social media world of digital whatever, etc., but none of that, of course, is without its surveillance corporate capital, which is constantly either monetizing or us as data, or using this data precisely for and plugging it into the nation states and the interests of nation states or the corporate lobbies. So I mean, this nexus probably has got revealed more for us than it was before. So yeah, I'm so glad that you pointed that out, and I think you're absolutely right, which is that there is I mean, it's not really our friend. I mean, it's really the enemy, and we have to deal with that enemy in the way in which we have to.
Just a little, I wanted to add something. So one thing I've noticed with this digitization is that a lot of misinformation is being fed. Like even 15 or 20 years ago, we wouldn't have been exposed to this amount of misinformation, including deep fakes and all of that. So I think what is a challenge for the coming generation is to separate the truth from all of the information overload that they are being bombarded with.
Absolutely. I mean, if you talk about platform capitalism or data capitalism and things like that, I mean, precisely. I mean, it is in its interest precisely to peddle fake, and to falsities, etc., precisely to confuse. I mean, you create such an amorphous. I mean, and then it's so easy to govern, isn't it? I mean, and we've seen that. I mean, and these are. I mean, I also find that I mean, of course, we use the term of fake and whatever, etc., but they work fairly truly, in the sense that all of this fake media works fairly truly in terms of precisely being able to produce the effects that it is supposed to produce in the polity, precisely to be able to engineer elections, to be able to move emotions in the interest of certain figures or whatever, etc. So of course, a lot of the data which gets moved through the channels in which we see this data moving is precisely moving because of certain interest groups, which precisely, and so we call it, of course, fake. And it's not really about the other generation. I think it's about us and anybody who's part of these nodes that we are connected with. It is increasingly becoming difficult. I mean, you can have the most with deep fake or with all kinds of AI generated voice, etc., people cheating you out of your money by making your son call you up and say so I mean, it's not just about another generation, it's about all of us. I mean, I think think all of us, one way or the other, think that we won't fall for the scam, but you can very well fall for the scam. So it's not that anybody is outside the purview of the scam. When the scamsters are there to get everybody, I suppose. So, yeah.
Yeah. So since we are very short of time, Sharunada, if you can just, would you like to ask a question very briefly?
Just a brief question, ma'am. First of all, it was a wonderfully engaging lecture. We were all very enriched by your vision that you put forward in your paper. Ma'am, the very fact that Nilanjan pointed out that this entire question of alienating the foreign, being wary of the foreign other, has its root in the mobility itself. And if we look back, this mobility, it got its push, the big push through the Industrial Revolution, if we may say that. And it was so very welcoming for the world leaders back then, the European leaders, to welcome the skilled and talented pool of people from across the countries, across the continent. But now, these people, they were doing that in the 19th century for the sake of the industrial betterment, of course. But now when we see that the industrialists, the capitalists, they are now in one way or the other, kind of controlling the entire affairs of our nations across the spectrum of world politics. Why are they so wary of halting this mobility, of this pure arrivant, as Derrida calls it in his Aporias, that who is never an invader nor a colonizer, who is just here as an integer, as an individual in a foreign land? Why are they so wary? These technocratic masters, why are they so wary? Are they wary because they just want data mired individuals and not individuals proper? Your thoughts on this, ma'am?
No, I'm so glad that you asked this question, Sharana, and such an important question, in the sense that, of course, the nature of capital itself has undergone a change. At a certain point of time, labor had to move, but now labor does not really need to move. You can outsource labor in some senses. So mobility, of course, is also linked to how the nature of capital itself has undergone changes in some senses. But you're absolutely right, which is that, today in the age of where, we must not have this false illusion of ourselves as being, even the idea of the subject and the subjectivity is, modern idea. I think in the age of data capitalism, where we are ultimately rendered only into data, we may or may not like the concept, but ultimately, we get mined as data. Whether it's to sell products, whether it's to sell the algorithm in our phones, whether it is, what kind of feeds will come or what reels you will watch, etc., etc. You're ultimately only a data in some senses. So we have this idea of the individual or the idea of the subject or whatever, etc., etc. But ultimately, the nature of capital itself has undergone such a change that that mobility is not really something which is really is not really crucial or critical in that sense, because what has moved is not really labor. In the sense, and that is, that is an older process. We know outsourcing is not here and now, but now people, this whole idea of work from home, they don't even need to go to offices anymore. No, in the sense that our mobility can be, the each space can be your office, or your phone can be your office. So the in some ways, what you say is true, but and that is why probably, I find the idea of what Salah bin Habib says, and what the idea that I was saying, which is that that while there might be forces which would not want us to move, and want us to only read, as a Bengali, I should only read Bangla literature, or as as a Dalit, I can only I can speak about a Dalit, or as a trans person, only I can, and not build any kind of solidarities, affinities, etc., with the other, and this identity-based politics, which we also have embraced within our own post-colonial, kind of idiom of responses. But I think the fundamental idea of literature or culture is precisely to be able to unhinge us, to take us beyond ourselves into another world, to another place, to another time, whether it's, it doesn't really matter whether it's Britain or whether it is, whichever place or time or whatever. And so this dislocation which literature and culture performs, and that's why I find the idea of these democratic iterations by people, these democratic repetitions by people, which can probably extend the idea of democracies policies rather than us becoming, caught in our own echo chambers, which will not really get us very far. So, I mean, even in the name of post-colonialism, what we do in India is just, writing in English or in a literature translation. How much do you know about Fijian literature, or, so I mean, we've created our own, kind of versions of problems for ourselves.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's all about the politics of controlling, isn't it? And that's what my dear friend Falguni has pointed out right now. That it's all about the politics of controlling and the whole architectonics of controlling that actually produces this whole idea of nation. I'm really afraid that we're so short of time. We have to go to the paper presentations now. But thank you so much, ma'am. I mean, it was so much of an honor to welcome you, and it was such an enthralling lecture. Thank you very much, and I hope that we will collaborate again in the future, and we will again hear you in the future as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you to everybody.
And as far as the Thank you so much, ma'am. And as far as the paper presenters are concerned, I would request all of you to move to your respective sessions. The links have been shared to your WhatsApp group. So please go over there, and the chairs, please take over and start the sessions. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. Welcome on board. I'm Falguni Oscar. I'll be chairing this session for you today, and every one of you will have 10 minutes each. So try to be conclusive in 10 minutes. I will give you a queue after 8 minutes, right? So I will announce your names one by one and try to be ready within the right time to present. Now I'm announcing the first name. Who will demonstrate uh, his I mean her paper, and the name is Ipsita Mondal, and sorry, uh, two-person will give John Lee
Chandri
demonstrate
Gorai.
Chandrani Gorai jointly demonstrate. The designation is both of them is student of Jadavpur University. So start, please.
So am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ipshita Mondal. My co-author Chandri Gorai will be presenting the paper. We are UG students from the Department of English, Jadavpur University. Our paper is titled Muffled Voices, Muzzled Truths, Exploring Ethno-Linguistic Violence and the Silence of Resistance in Shamsil with Res Funny Boy. Gugia Thiongo characterizes language as a collective memory bank of communities, emphasizing its integral role in shaping identity, cultural memory, and historical consciousness. Language is embedded not only in individual and collective selfhood, but also functions as a vital marker of belonging within the frame of a nation state. For postcolonial subjects, its role becomes more complex as language articulates spatial dialogism. Yet, it often serves as a powerful instrument through which authoritarian regimes assert control. Thus, language, from a means of identity assertion, becomes an oppressive state apparatus leading to otherization and silence, where becoming funny emerges as a mode of resistance. This is
The
slideshow.
post-colonial problem in Sham Selbhadurai's Funny Boy. Written by Sham Selbhadurai, a Sri Lankan Canadian diasporic author, this 1994 novel reflects on a significant period in Sri Lanka's history during the late 1970s. Narrated through the eyes of a young boy named Arjun Chelvaratnam or RG, the story combines fiction with an authentic portrayal of Sri Lanka's evolution into an authoritative, exclusionary post-colonial nation state. As RG and others navigate their marginalized identities, be it ethnic, linguistic, sexual, or gendered, the emerging nation reveals itself as an oppressive institution, reserving the status of ideal national citizenship for the Buddhist Sinhalese community, the numerical majority in Sri Lanka. In our paper, we will focus on two specific chapters of the novel. The chapters titled The Best School of All and The Riot Journal delve into the issues of ideological oppression and outright community violence, respectively. Together, they shape a story that underscores the ongoing systematic process of otherization and urges reactions and resistance to these challenges.
Chandra, I think the slideshows are not working. Please work on that. So I will transfer to the chapter, The Best School of All. Please, the slideshow, please.
Okay.
Okay. It's not working from the beginning, whatever. This chapter explores how post-colonial individuals navigate the complicated and often conflicting oppression imposed by both colonial systems and the post-colonial nation state, all framed through the experience of a child transitioning to a new school. Aj's father is an upper caste Tamil man with roots in communities that gained advantages from the English education provided by American missionaries in the late 18th and 19th centuries. Historically, these people ascended the bureaucratic ranks in colonial Ceylon, achieving a privileged socio-economic status, unlike Sinhalese, who did not have much access to English education. Interestingly, Arji's father enrolls his son in a Sinhalese school because after the 1963 Sinhala Only Act, enacted by Sri Lankan government in post-independent Sri Lanka, Sinhala became a key source of political and economic influence. The new school, the named Victoria Academy, exemplifies the ideological oppressive system tied to the British colonial legacy. Arji's father believes that attending this school will strip away his son's perceived effeminacy, molding him into a traditionally masculine figure. This reflects anxiety about effeminacy in native men, a notion shaped by colonial constructs that have been internalized by colonized people. Amidst this complex environment, characterized by tripartite ethno-linguistic tensions among Tamil, Sinhalese, and English-speaking communities, in the setting of a school, an intimate relationship develops between Arji, a Tamil boy, and Shehan, a Sinhalese boy, challenging the authoritarian narratives. When Arji deliberately mixes the poems Vita Lampara and The Best School of All, both written by British nationalist poet Henry Newbold, it serves as a form of nuanced resistance. On a personal level, he exacts revenge on the principal who harmed his lover and reclaims the funny boy in himself. However, altering and ridiculing these canonical poems also disturb the established canon of British literature, adding a significant political layer to his actions.
Is my presentation visible? Can please someone?
Yeah, it is visible.
It is visible, okay. The Rat's Journal, the entire novel gradually builds up to the heart-wrenching climactic point that marks the beginning of the 3-decade-long Sri Lankan Civil War, closely following Arji's journey of growing up amidst this socio-political turmoil. The conflict sparked tensions between Sinhalese nationalist extremists, supported by the government, and the LTTE, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, led to one of South Asia's most horrific genocides, widespread communal violence, and the largest migration in the region's history. As indicated by the chapter's title, Arji, now a teenager, reflects on his experiences by writing in his journal about his first-hand confrontation with the riots. His grandparents were killed, their home set ablaze by Sinhalese assailants, while the government turned a blind eye to the chaos that resulted in thousands of deaths in front of the police. After much thought, his father decides to move the family to Canada. After their last intimacy, in a poignant moment, Arji shares a final goodbye with Shehan, fully aware of their differences but feeling no blame towards him. Selbhadurai paints a vivid picture of Arji returning to his bond home one last time. Drenched in rain, his cry represents the deep trauma faced by millions who have been displaced by genocide and ethnic cleansing, leading to their diaspora.
Conclusion: Funny Boy remains a critical post-colonial masterpiece as it appeals not only to Sri Lankan history but also to the realities of South Asian nation-states. Another prominent example of ethnic and linguistic strife in the 1950s Bhasha Andolon or language movement, which resisted the imposition of Urdu as the national language in a region with Bengali communities, a movement crucial for paving the way for the Bangladesh Liberation War. Amidst the ongoing controversy over the CNRC laws in contemporary India, Funny Boy critiqued the concept of ideal national citizenship, a colonial notion co-opted by the post-colonial nation-state, highlights the problem of neocolonization. Following Bill Ashcroft's concept of the empire writing back, we can say that Funny Boy is a nuanced queer empire writing back, a political resistance through literature that not only writes back to the British colonial culture, but also addresses the problematic South Asian nation-state systematically oppressing its marginalized communities. Thank you. Just quickly show the slides we missed just for a bit.
Is the slides visible? Ipsita,
Yes, yes,
can you? Huh?
yes, yes. Yes, it's visible.
Okay.
It's the first introduction,
It's
the
that.
doctor's language, then
The
skipped,
next is
then
the
it was the dual function of language, dialogic and oppressive, and then it's about funny boy, the basic definitions and contents. Skip to the part, and then it was about Sri Lanka, the ideal Sinhala nation state. I think we covered the rest of it from the best school of all and um, the right journal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ipsitan Chandrani. Now the next participant is Ayush Soni and Sahil. So please come forward and start to demonstrate.
Am I audible? Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
I'm sharing my screen. Just a second. Is it visible?
No.
Now is it visible?
Uh, no, it's still not. Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Ayush Soni from MIT Institute of Education. I am doing my bachelor's from there. I am honored to present a topic that affects every one of us, even if we don't realize it yet. The role of social media algorithm in amplifying propaganda and misinformation. We scroll, we like, we share, but rarely do we pause and ask who decides what we see. That's invisible force algorithm is what we are unpacking today. So here is a quick roadmap of what we are heading. We will start with a short introduction to set the context. Then I will talk about why this study was necessary, what made it urgent. I will take you through our objectives and how we approach the research. We will then explore four powerful Indian case studies. Next, we will break down the theoretical lens we use to analyze them. And finally, I will share key findings and recommendation before wrapping it up. So let's start with the introduction. Social media is not just a communication tool anymore. It's a digital battlefield, and in this battlefield, algorithms are the real power players. They are designed to hold our attention, not to tell us the truth. The means false information, emotional content, and propaganda often reach us before the fact do. In country like India, with over 700 million internet users, that's not just a problem; it is a crisis in making. This study dives into how algorithm shapes our digital reality and why that matters more than ever. Moving towards rationale. So, why did I take up this study? Because we are not just facing a misinformation problem, we are facing a systematic, tech driven distortion of truth, and it is happening silently. Every time we open Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube, Facebook, anything, India's size, diversity, and political intensity make it especially vulnerable. And yet, most people still think it is just the internet. How bad can it be? This study is my response to that question. So, moving on to objective and methodology, this study set out to the four things: understand how social media algorithm amplifies propaganda and misinformation. Next is examining their influence on public opinion in real world Indian events. And third is apply communication theories to explain what happening behind the screen. And finally, propose realistic, in fact, impactful solutions. Method wise, this is a conceptual theoretical paper. We analyzed four major Indian events and interpreted them through critical media theories to draw our conclusion. Moving on to case analysis, let's look at the four Indian events we analyzed. uh, the 1990 exodus of Kashmiri Pandit. Old wounds were reopened by digitally reshaped narratives, and the 2012 Delhi gang rape case outrage was fueled by emotional content, but also contaminated by misinformation. Next is the revocation of Article 370 in 2019, a storm of nationalist versus separatist content dominated feeds, much of it's misleading. And last is the 2020 farmer law protest. Both sides use platform to push conflicting, often distorting narratives. In every case, algorithm amplified the loudest, must diverse voices, not the most truthful ones. Moving on to theoretical framework to understand the why behind this, we use three key theories: agenda setting theory, which is media tells us not what to think but what to think about. Algorithm act like powerful editors of reality. Next is filter bubble. These are echo chambers created by algorithms. You see only what you already agree with. uh, Third is technological determination. Technology does not just reflect society, it shapes it, and in this case shapes truth itself. These theories helped us move from just observing events to understanding the deeper mechanics. Now moving towards findings and recommendation, here is what we found. Algorithms are built to keep us scrolling, not to inform us. Misinformation spreads faster than verified facts, and emotionally charged and polarized content is rewarded, which deepens social divides. And last is public opinion is being shaped not by generalism or ethics but by codes. So what we can do: first, we need algorithm transparency. Platforms should disclose how they prioritize content. Second, we must have independent audits to check biases and misinformation. Third, digital literacy must become a part of education. And finally, we need to push for ethical algorithm designs where accuracy and social responsibilities are not optional. Now moving on to conclusion. To conclude, this is bigger than just social media. This is about our democracy, our unity, and our shaped understanding of truth. Algorithms are not just lines of code, they are invisible editors of society, deciding what we see, what we believe, and how we react. If we don't challenge this system, if we don't rethink how it works, we risk handling over our collective thinking of machines that are optimized for clicks, not for the truth. It's time to reclaim our digital spaces, not just for us, but for the future informed democratic citizenship. Thank you, everyone, for listening. If anybody have any questions, I am ready to take it.
Okay, thank you, Ayush. And I think, I mean, there will be no question and answering sessions. Uh, and the next participant is Lavanya M, student, the American College, Madurai. Please come forward.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'll quickly
So you can
share my
start.
screen. Yes. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, yes, you are visible. And the screen is also.
Yes. Yeah. Good day, everyone. I'm Lavanya, and I'm from the American College, Madurai. I'm honored to present my paper titled Othering the Subaltern Mother, Epistemic Violence and Representational Silence in Mother of 1084. And my presentation examines Mahashweta Devi's representation of subalternity by analyzing the erasure of Somu's mother's voice, a working class rural woman, in contrast to the elite centered narrative of Sujata. Through the lens of subaltern studies and post colonial feminist theory, My paper critiques the politics of literary representation and the mechanisms by which certain voices are silenced, even in revolutionary literature. Mahashweta Devi's Mother of 1084, set in the aftermath of the Naxalite uprising, follows Sujata, the main character, the mother of a revolutionary youth, Brati. So the novel begins with personal loss but shifts into political terrain. Sujata says, Brati had to make me see the world for what it is. But whose world is she really seeing? While Siddhartha's pain is rendered with narrative depth, figures like Somu's mother are largely silent. Even her son Somu and a few others are dead in the novel, but their voice is largely silent. This disparity marks a deeper structural violence, one that privileges elite grief and marginalizes subaltern suffering. The central research question is who speaks and who is spoken for. Sujata's bourgeois moral awakening occupies the novel's center, but Somu's mother, despite suffering the same loss, is reduced to a silent presence. This reflects what Spivak called epistemic violence, the inability of the elite discourse to authentically represent the subaltern race. But literature often stages subaltern figures, but without granting them the agency or voice. They are often spoken about, but they are never allowed to speak. This study introduces how that happens in Mother of 1084. So, Spivak's essay, Can the Subaltern Speak, introduces two key terms. Vertitan, that means the political proxy, and Dastilin, that means the aesthetic portrayal. Sujata performs Vertitan. She speaks for Somu's mother. But this act of substitution actually silences the subaltern. For example, Somu's mother's voice. And Ranajit Guha's notion of dominance without hegemony explains how elite revolutionary movements exclude rural agency. And Antonio Gramsci shows how even radical intellectuals like Sujata remain hegemonic. They reproduce elite frameworks under the guise of reform. So Sujata's empathy becomes a method of control and not a liberation. So even when Sujata visits Somu's house, it is represented as the silence of the woman was heavier than anything said. And while Somu's mother is silent, that silence itself can be read as resistant in some cases. For example, James Scott in Weapons of the Weak speaks of hidden transcripts, the unseen modes of resistance among the oppressed. And post-colonial feminism reminds us that gender is never singular. Ania Lumba and Chandra Talpade Mohanty emphasize how class, caste, and geography affects women's experiences. Sujata represents elite feminism and not feminism. She's articulate, educated, and urban. But Somu's mother, on the other hand, is a rural working class woman whose oppression is both gendered and classed. As Mohanty writes in Under Westernized, universalizing women's experiences erases precisely those at the margins. Somu's mother is a subaltern within feminism itself. One of the most telling scenes is when Sujata sees Somu's mother as sitting motionless amidst cracked walls and damp cloth. The space becomes a part of Somu's mother. She has no dialogue, no interiority. This is what Spivak calls Dastilin, the reduction of the subaltern to a static aesthetic object. Somu's mother is depicted and not voiced. Her pain is absorbed into the scenery. This literary technique, though subtle, enacts very silencing. And Mother of 1084 is a politically committed, yet its narrative structure reinscribes exclusion. As Spivak reminds us, to speak for the subaltern often means to override them. Mahashweta Devi critiques the bourgeois society, but she does so through bourgeois form. The novel critiques violence, but does not allow Somu's mother to narrate her own. So yeah, following Dipesh Chakravarti's, we must allow the subaltern past and voices to interrupt elite historiographies. Literature must not show the suffering, but listen to it ethically and structurally. And this presentation, my paper, is a counter narrative. Mother of 1084 gives voice to Sujata, an elite educated woman, but counter narratives are not told from the balconies. They are dug out from the silences. Like, for example, the voice of Somu's mother, from spaces where voices were deliberately buried. The subaltern woman, Somu's mother, is not a passive figure. Her silence is a refusal, and a refusal is a form of an authorship. Writers like Bama, Baby Kamble, and the unnamed Naxalite woman whom Rahul Pandita interviewed, they are not characters in someone else's book. They are the authors of defiance. For example, in Hello Bastard, the field note cites that to tell our story is to reclaim our breath. To tell it in our own tongue is to make history flinch. So counter narratives should be given the way. And in institutions or universities, those counter narratives should be a part of the syllabi. As literature students, we don't just read a text, but we decide whose stories enter the canon. So today, let us commit to writing with a silence, not over them. So this is not just a paper, it's a political gesture and a counter narrative. And yes, yeah. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope this representation of my paper would have given an idea. And yeah, I can be reached at lavanya.n2492@gmail.com for further discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lavanya. And the next participant is Ritoja Rai, student from St. Xavier's College. Please come forward.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will be starting with my presentation.
Okay, start.
Um, it's not. Can everybody see it?
Yeah, your screen is visible.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Ritoja Rai, and today I will be speaking on the topic Wounds of Inheritance, a study of the generational violence inflicted upon women in the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. While both epics are often revered as moral and cultural foundations, they also reveal, when read critically, how patriarchy has wounded women across generations, not just physically, but emotionally, socially, and spiritually. The first woman I would like to talk about is Koike. Koike is often reduced to the villain who exiled Rama out of jealousy, but she was once a brave warrior who saved Dasharatha's life and earned two boons. Her demand for Bharat's coronation was based on a premarital promise made to her father by Dasharatha, who said that her son would raise the throne and be the king, even though she was Dasharatha's second wife. Yet, Koike is demonized while Dasharatha's political manipulation is excused. She.
Just a minute, Ritoja.
Yes, sir.
Your display is not. I mean, you are not displaying anything. Do you have any PPTs?
Yes, sir.
So try to display it. Try to share your screen properly.
So here it is showing that my screen is being shared.
Try again. Yeah, it's visible now. Perfect.
So, sir, should I begin again or should I continue with my
Um, you can begin again.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ritoja Rai, and today I will be speaking on Wounds of Inheritance, a study of the generational violence inflicted upon women in the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. While both epics are often revered as moral and cultural foundations, they also reveal, when read critically, how patriarchy has wounded women across generations, not just physically, but emotionally, socially, and spiritually. The first woman I would be talking about is Koike. Koike is often reduced to the villain who exiled Ram out of jealousy, but she was once a brave warrior who saved Dasharatha's life and earned two boons. Her demand for Bharata's coronation was based on a premarital promise made to her father by Dasharatha, where he said that Koike's son would raise the throne, even though she was the second queen. Yet, Koike is demonized while Dasharatha's political manipulation is excused. Koike is also a victim of emotional manipulation by Manthara, a woman probably hardened by years of systemic oppression, who passes her trauma onto Koike. This is generational patriarchy, where women turning on women are seen in order to survive in a male dominated world. Koike's eventual isolation reflects how patriarchy denies women moral complexity and are reduced to binaries where they can either be saints or villains, nothing in between. The next woman I'll be talking about is Koikeshi. Koikeshi's existence and identity is limited to the fact that she is Ravana's mother. Uttarakhand in Ramayana sheds light on the past of Ravana, and this is the only part which mentions Koikeshi, even though she is the mother of the main antagonist in this epic poem. This narrative begins when Vishnu defeats the Rakshasas and they are forced to flee Lanka and take refuge in the underworld. Kaikeshi is the daughter of the powerful Rakshasa Sumali and his wife Ketumati. After noticing wealth god Kubera, the son of Vishrava, who was the ruler of Lanka then, Ketumati and Sumali strategically marries Kaikeshi off to sage Vishrava, the son of Rishi Pulastya, for the purpose of being able to procreate a powerful son so that the Rakshasas can again rule over Lanka. Koikeshi's role as a seductress and the objectification of her only to take back a kingdom shows how women were only used for the purpose of procreation and as weapons of political progression. Moving on, I would like to show the gendered biases that exist in the Aryan hegemony. Demonesses are like Koikeshi, Taroka, Shurpanakha are sexualized and objectified, portrayed as dark-skinned, wild, and voluptuous figures. Their power lies only in destruction, not creation. In contrast, ideal women like Sita are fair, docile, and passive. This binary reflects how femininity is socially constructed and how non-conforming women are cast as monsters. It is also interesting to note that in this case, Rakshasis and demons have always been relegated to being a seductress or a very sexually very sexually voluptuous figures, which is very much akin to the concept of the femme fatale in Victorian literature. Women are used as means of sexual gratification for men. Sometimes they are treated as weapons to deviate men from their heroic path of righteousness. It is ironical that even though these popular discourses give so much power to women that apparently causes the downfall of a noble figure, they are hardly given any agency or authority of their own. What remains of their power is the ability of destruction. In this regard, it is very important to note that the demonesses have a cackle that can shake a human to his very core. This brings up the laugh of Medusa by Helen Sizzo, where she says that this laughter is seen as a powerful feminist symbol of liberation and defiance. The laugh of Medusa represents a joyful rejection of the fear, shame, and silence imposed on women by patriarchal systems. Sizzo reimagines Medusa not as a monstrous figure to be feared, but as one who laughs, vibrant, alive, and unafraid. This laughter becomes a metaphor for women's empowerment, self-expression, and resistance, a way where women can reclaim their bodies, voices, and creativity. Thus, this laughter in women or in the demonesses that have or the women who have been portrayed as demonesses in this narrative shows that how they defy the patriarchal norms. This also brings forth the segregation between the Aryans and the natives. Some scholars like A.K. Ramanujan, Romila Thapar in the 19th and 20th century colonial and post-colonial discourse interpret the Ramayana as symbolizing the clash between these two groups. The Aryans, represented by Ram, portrayed as a civilizing force, and the Rakshasas or forest-dwelling people like Ravana as demonized natives. The clash arose due to class segregation. Dalit and Dravidian literature often refute the Aryan hegemonic narrative of the Ramayana and portray Ravana as a dignified hero who died protecting his kingdom from foreign ruthless colonizers. So for the colonizer, as we know that there are only two options, either to appease their colonizer or to defy them and be termed as a demon and be outcasted. For Hanumana and other forest-dwelling minor characters who supported Ram, they are spared owing to the generous nature of the ruler, while still being depicted as anthropomorphic creatures over purely human entities. Moving on, we'll talk more about the portrayal of the demons. Taroka. She was once a beautiful Yakshini who becomes a Rakshasi after being cursed by sage Agastya for attacking him in vengeance. Her transformation is not of her own choosing. She became a demon after trying to defend her family and avenge the death of her husband Sunda. When Rama is told to kill her, he hesitates because she's a woman. Yet, sage Vishwamitra convinces him that evil knows no gender. The question remains, who defines evil? The sages who curse and judge are never questioned. Taroka is demonized simply for asserting herself in a patriarchal order that crushed her. Moving on, we'll be talking about Shurpanakha. Shurpanakha dares to express desire, and for that she is brutally mutilated. She is not punished for evil deeds, but for breaching the boundaries of acceptable female behavior. Her dark skin and tribal identity are used to portray her as a grotesque figure in contrast to the fair submissive Sita. Her mutilation is symbolic, a violent act of silencing female sexual agency and tribal resistance. Yet modern retellings recast her as a proto-feminist, a woman who dared to speak and desire in a world that demanded silence. Shurpanakha is not just a Rakshasi by birth, but is Rakshasified by the narrative surrounding her for daring to transgress patriarchal norms. The treatment of Shurpanakha is thus both gendered and racialized. She is dark, tribal, punished by a fair-skinned noble Aryan man for violating their purity. The mutilation of Shurpanakha can be read as a symbolic violence against lower caste or tribal women. Thus, it is seen that Shurpanakha is both invisible and hypervisible. Her voice and motivations are absent, yet her body and actions are central to the narrative arc. Her mutilation is not just divine justice, but a form of social silencing according to the Brahminical patriarchal standards. I will be moving on to the Mahabharata now. Draupadi. Everybody knows Draupadi. Draupadi is objectified from the moment of her Swayamvara, where she is won by Arjuna in a contest. She is then shared among the 5 brothers, not by her own choice, but because of Kunti's accidental command, which they regard as a divine will. Her greatest humiliation comes in the Kaurava court, where she is disrobed after being gambled away. Elders like Bhishma remain silent, and even her husband, the upholders of Dharma, refuse to defend her due to a misplaced notion of righteousness. It is only Vikarna, the wise prince, who speaks up, but nobody pays any heed to him. Draupadi becomes the embodiment of honor only after it has been violated. Kurukshetra was fought because of Draupadi's honor, but when she was being disrobed, nobody spoke a word. And when Bhim went to stop Dushasana, Arjuna said that this is Dushasana is following the Kshatriya rule, so they cannot protest. Moving on, Kunti. Originally, Kunti was named Pritha. Her life is marked by emotional and generational violence. She is given away in adoption, her name and identity erased. Later, she gives birth to Karna. Born out of a misunderstood boon, Karna is abandoned out of the fear of social stigma of being an unwed mother. Kunti carries the shame of unwed motherhood silently. Her pain is never publicly acknowledged. She must watch her son die at the hands of her other sons, never being able to reveal the truth until it's too late. Her silence speaks to the societal pressure women face to protect male honor at the cost of their own truth.
Okay, Rituja. So you have only 30 seconds. Try to conclude in between that. Best of luck.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Gandhari is remembered for her stoic silence, her lifelong blindfold, and her unflinching loyalty to her husband Dhritarashtra, which is often idealized and romanticized. But what we fail to see is that this is not the way that Gandhari should be portrayed, or this is not the way the ideal wife should be viewed. Because the way Gandhari portrays herself, where she becomes blind to social reality, this is not, this is merely social silencing of a woman, not letting her speak. Moving on, we have Chitrangada, the warrior princess of Manipur, whom Arjun marries. After getting married, Chitrangada's narrative shifts from one of autonomy to that of domesticity. Being the heir of the kingdom of Manipur, she becomes a wife to Arjuna, bears him a son, but Arjun leaves afterwards. And Chitrangada is never included in the main narrative of the Mahabharata, showing how easy it is for women to be erased from the main narrative when their use is over, or when they are needed anymore.
Okay, Ritoja, thank you for your demonstration. It was lovely, but you have no time right now. So the next participant is Nargis Banu, a
One
student
sentence completed,
from.
just one sentence left.
Okay, go on.
So, what I want to say is that finally, when we endow these texts, these are texts about dharma and adharma, but when we endow these texts with national sentiments and religious symbolism, it internalizes the patriarchy, and women, even today, internalize these ideals, the ideal wife, and this ideal womanhood and femininity within themselves, and thus this generation, or this generational violence within women continues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So our next participant is Nargis Bano, student from Coding City College, Jamshedpur. Please come forward. Yeah, you are visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nargis Bano and I am from Jamshedpur. And today I feel privileged to present my research paper titled, just a minute, wait, I'm presenting it. Is my PPT is visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. So today I feel privileged to present my research paper titled Visualizing the Other Refugees, War and Violence in Digital News and Social Media. So in this presentation, I will discuss how digital media construct the image of the other, and how digital media and the impact of visual storytelling on refugees and marginalized communities, how war and violence are portrayed online, and how ethical, inclusive storytelling can lead us forward peace and understanding. So, in the digital age, wars are no longer confined to the battlefield. They are fought, interpreted, and judged on our screens. Through news feeds, hashtags, and viral images, digital media today plays a critical role in shaping public narratives about war and displacement across borders. A key concern in this media landscape is the dehumanization of refugees. Whether in the context of India-Pakistan tensions or the ongoing Israel-Palestine conflict, refugees are often represented not as people, but as problems. They are othered, stripped of identity, and depicted as burdens, invaders, or even threats to national security. Take the example of India and Pakistan. During periods of cross-border violence, media narratives tend to become highly nationalistic. Stories of displaced civilians on either side are often overshadowed by political rhetoric or military glorification, while the human cost of conflict, especially the lives of refugees, is neglected or misrepresented. A similar pattern is visible in Israel and Palestine, where the global digital narrative often becomes pluralized depending on the platform or media outlet. Palestinian refugees are either framed as victims of aggression or as security threats, rarely as human beings with agency and voice. Meanwhile, Israeli civilians affected by war are portrayed with empathy in some spaces and as aggressors in others. So this paper explores how digital news and social media shape perceptions of war, refugees, and violence. With a focus on these two highly charged geopolitical contexts, it also highlights the need for ethical storytelling that can build empathy rather than escalate division. Wait a minute. Yes. So in digital media, the process of othering often occurs through visual cues that strips individuals of their humanity, portraying them as different or threatening. Refugees, for example, are commonly shown either as helpless victims in need of rescue or as potential dangers to national security, which oversimplifies their identities and lived experiences. During India-Pakistan conflict, media narratives tend to intensify this divide by presenting the opposing side as aggressors, reinforcing the us versus them mentality. So, moreover, the lack of diverse and balanced visual representation limits public understanding and reinforces existing biases, making it difficult for audiences to empathize with those who are marginalized or affected by war. War and violence have devastating human costs that go beyond the battlefield. One of the most visible consequences is mass displacement, as seen in Gaza 2023 to 24, where thousands of Palestinian families were forced to flee their homes due to intense Israeli airstrikes, leaving behind everything with no safety or shelter. Children especially suffer long-term mental trauma in such conflicts. So according to CEF, children in conflict zones like Ukraine and Gaza have shown alarming signs of PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Having grown up surrounded by fear, death, and destruction, most severely affected are the poor and marginalized, whose voices are rarely heard in the Syria-Turkey border crisis. For example, many displaced families live in tents with no media coverage or international support. These examples show how war destroys homes, minds, and futures, especially for those who are already vulnerable. Structural exclusion and intersectionality. Media coverage during war and conflict often reflects health deep-rooted biases related to caste, religion, and other. Gender in the Indian context, Dalits and Adivasis are usually shown only as helpless victims with no voice or agency, which reinforces their marginalization. Muslims are frequently stereotyped, either portrayed as threats to national security or as passive sufferers, ignoring their full humanity and diverse experiences. Similarly, women's stories are often reduced to symbolic roles such as grieving mothers or victims of violence, rather than highlighting their strength, resilience, or leadership during crisis. So this kind of representation is not accidental. It supports dominant social and political narratives, while excluding those who are already marginalized from shaping how their own stories are told. In today's digital world, media plays a powerful role in shaping how people think, especially during conflict. What we see online, images, videos, and headlines can influence our emotions, beliefs, and opinions. When media shows only one side and promote othering or exclusion, it creates more division, hate, and violence between communities or countries. However, media can also be used in a positive way through ethical storytelling by sharing real, balanced, and respectful stories that show the human side of conflict. This kind of storytelling builds understanding, peace, and empathy. To build a better world, we must replace hate and fake news with truth and compassion. Every individual, whether a journalist, a student, or citizen, has a role to play. A peaceful future is possible, but only if we take shared responsibility and choose respect over revenge and cooperation over conflict. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nargis Bano, for this fabulous speech. And the next participant is Tandrima Dhara, student, Vidyasagar University. Please come forward. Tandrima Dhara.
हो गया.
Please put your mic off, Nargis Bano. Okay, I think Tondrima Dhara is not present. So the next participant is Ritanvita Dasgupta.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ritanvita Dasgupta, and I am very elated to have the opportunity to present my paper before everybody. So, without further ado, please grant me permission to present my screen at first.
Yeah, of
Then I will
course.
get started with the presentation. Is my screen visible? Is the presentation
Yeah,
visible?
it's visible.
Okay. So, okay. My paper is upon speculative refuges, queer ecologies, and post-colonial resistance in Ursula Le Guin's Solomon and South Asian narratives, and it mostly focuses on queer ecology and refusal of violence within the works of speculative fiction. And due to the paucity of time, I will lay out the theoretical framework first. I have used several excerpts and portions from several books like Donna Haraway's Making Kin, the notion of making kin and the refusal of technocratic salvation, and where she denotes the world as a stage of trouble, and Timothy Norton's book Ecology Without Nature, that challenges nature as a romanticized category and ecological narratives rooted in capitalism. And there is a book anthology of essays by Katerina Sandilands, Reproduction, Kinship, and Biopolitics in Ursula Le Guin's World. Uh, and I have analyzed two books of Ursula Le Guin initially. One is The Word for Word is Forest and The Dispossessed. And I have also used two other speculative fiction books to explicate and elucidate on my topic. And this paper situates the stories and narratives in discourse and dialogues, as well as correlates it with emergent South Asian speculative fictions. And it draws the parallels with theoretical frameworks and eco-criticism with Donna Haraway's Staying with the Trouble, correlating queer theory and also using Jose Esteban Munoz's Cruising Utopia and the framework of post-colonial studies, and we study ecological trauma, societal marginalization, and systemic oppression through effective and non-violent modes of resistance, through degradation, collective healing, and employing speculative narratives to challenge Anthropocene, anthropocentrism, and systemic capitalist oppression. River Solomon's books are also being analyzed in this paper. Two books, The Deep and An Unkindness of Ghosts, that navigate histories of trauma, queerness, slavery, offering refuge in an effective way that rejects structural violence and envisions solidarity beyond normative frameworks. And alongside that, we are focusing on dystopian and speculative narratives, even in South Asia, with Mimi Mondal and Samit Basu, who subvert and engage with the themes of caste, genders, reflecting the anxiety and the international and transnational parallels that demonstrates the potential of speculative fiction. By intermingling Western canonical speculative fiction and South Asian voices, we can explore the refusal of violence not merely as imaginative, but performative tangible practices within fictional and speculative worlds. So it initiates a nuanced understanding of multifaceted impacts of violence, social, environmental, and creative possibilities for reimagining our future. To introduce, I would like to say that we live in a world inundated by escalating systemic violence, political despair, and ecological collapse. And speculative fiction offers not merely an escapism, but also critical lens in the horizon imbued with potentiality. In Jose Esteban Munoz's Cruising Utopia, the then and now queer futurity is that queerness is not yet here, it's an ideality. We are not queer, we never touch queerness, but we can feel it as a warm illumination of an horizon imbued with potentiality. The future is a domain of queerness. The here and now are the prison houses, so we must strive in the face of the totalizing rendering of reality to think and feel a then and there. The pleasures of this moment should be enjoyed, but we never should settle for minimal transport. This is a quote from the book, but it wants to say that the radical reorientation of the future lays the foundation of effective imaginative and anticipatory underpinnings of political labor and aesthetics of contemporary speculative fiction. Authors like Ursula Le Guin and River Solomon do not merely construct secondary alternate worlds like we see in speculative or fantasy fictions as blueprints of escape, but for futurity, where we reimagine worlds within the logic of domination suspended through ecological refusals, through nonviolent resistance and kinship in these speculative worlds. So the hermeneutics serve as a foundational lens in this paper to interrogate how such texts, along South Asian counterparts like Mimi Mondal and Samit Basu, engage in anticipatory elimination, and they serve as blatant denial and of the present toxicity. Donna J. Haraway, on the other hand, reorients how we think about the Anthropocene. It is not an area to be escaped from or redeemed, but one we must inhabit. The task is not an era to be redeemed or escaped, but one we must inhabit. And the task is to make thin and inventive connection as a practice of learning to live and die with each other in a thick present. This is a quote from her book that explains her rejection of capitalist futurism and techno-utopianism, as well as the apocalyptic nihilism of despair. She proposes a term, chulusin, as a framework of an entangled survival, a kind of timepiece to learn how to stay with the troubles of living and dying in the responsibility of the damaged earth. And hope is tuned to the senses, according to her, to mindful matter, material semiotics, and moral earthlings in the thick co-presence. Thus, she opens up the methodology of sympoiesis, where all the entities of nature engage and exist in harmony, but not with individualistic solutions. And we are incorporating the principles of queering of ecology that also subvert tropes of heroic salvation arcs and instead invest in vulnerability, shared futures, and kinship. So these are the two books. I'm sorry for the picture quality. Ursula Le Guin, the word forward is forest, and the dispossessed. And the two employ extremely contrasting settings, which I'm going to talk about. And eco-critical ideas of nature are problematized, And Ursula Le Guin proposes an anti-romantic, anti-extractive, anti-capitalist ecology rooted in multiplicity through richly layered speculative worlds that signify refusal and interdependence, and radically interrogates the ideological construct of nature and asserts that true ecological thinking must move beyond fetishized conceptions of nature as sublime or healing. Therefore, the very idea of nature, which so many hold dear, will have to wither away in the ecological state of human society. And Morton critiques this idea as ecomimesis. So, what it means to say that nature is never a passive backdrop, but it has agency and it also exists with us. It is not something to be exploited, but it has a power and life of its own. And in simple terms, it exists with us and acts as an equal. So, the nature is not the perfect passive Edenic backdrop, but a resistant animistic agent entangled with the Achaean cultural, ecological, and social systems. Colonial violence initially admires nature as resource and then conquering it, enacting a sadistic logic of othering and exploitation, subverting this by making the forest as an area of resistance and radical intersubjectivity, and the Achaeans' relationality with the dream time of forest life echoes the idea of Morton's ambient poetics, where thought and place dissolve in environmental art, where the thematic content is hamstrung with certain formal properties of language, nature, and ironically impedes the proper relationship with the art and its life forms. The dispossessed has a land of called Anaris, which is imbued with anarchy, a world that used to have lush forests but is stripped of it now, and survives the curating a communal ethic of mutuality rather than extracting abundance. Dark ecology is a melancholic ethics unable to fully interject or digest the idea of the other. And we are caught in its headlights, suspended in the possibility of acting without being able to act. And the coexistence and reciprocity is constructed by Le Guin without fetishizing nature. Instead, we encounter comfort, entanglement, and resolve into neat solutions. In the word for world is a forest, there is a secondary world constructed by Le Guin, which is not just a sentient landscape of forest that is not a passive backdrop, but a active, co-agentive presence intertwined with Asian's culture, who live in animalistic relationality with their world. They don't exploit the forest. The Terrans, on the other hand, and enact brutal forestry and operations by colonial capitalist resource extraction. So they invade the Achaean land and make it into a commodified landscape for utility.
Sorry, Ritanita, but we are running out of time. So your speech was fabulous. So we have to go on with other participants. Sorry for that. So the next participant is Isani Roy, student from St. Xavier's University, Kolkata. Please come forward.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah,
So, shall I start?
yeah, you can.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, let me tell you something that you were trying to show or display the PPT, right?
No, sir. I don't have a PPT.
Okay, okay, you can start.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ishani Roy. Today, I am going to present a paper titled "Structured Silences: The Subaltern and the Scholar in Han Kang's Human Acts." Han Kang's Human Acts explores the Gwangju uprising of 1980 in South Korea through multiple seemingly unrelated narrators across socio-cultural spectrums, ranging from school students, college students, editors, writers, academicians to factory workers. The novel explores the trauma and aftermath of the massacre, wherein pro democracy protesters were suppressed by the police under President Chen Du-hwan. The multiple narrators create a fragment of any continuity which traverses across spatial and temporal boundaries. Kang utilizes this narrative technique to lay bare the politics of representation, The very structure of the novel becomes an analogy for hegemonic modes of testimonial representation, and the epilogue of the novel serves as a metafictional framework dissecting the intellectual's role in the collection of these testimonies, if they can be called so. The plurality of narratives results in a lack of cohesion, as individual accounts end abruptly and do not explore the full spectrum of the narrator's lived experiences. These splintered narratives reveal a paucity of standalone expressions in speech. The experience of one narrator is rife with gaps to be filled in by others. The narrators, thus, are spoken for. I employ Gayatri Chakraborty Spivak's concept of the subaltern to explore the multifaceted narratives of the massacre. First explored in her essay, Can the Subaltern Speak? Spivak defines the subaltern as groups who are marginalized under power structure and are denied access to cultural capital, which would enable them to position themselves in the socio-political center. Spivak contends that the subaltern cannot speak and are spoken for. Even if the subaltern can transcend these socio-political boundaries to express themselves, this expression is often mediated by academia and intelligentsia, resulting in distorted expressions which privilege intellectual interpretation over lived experience. The novel Human Acts explores a systemic suppression of voice by the state in literal and metaphorical sense. The civilian protesters, most of whom consist of students who are gunned down, many are imprisoned, subjected to physical and psychological torture, records of the events are erased, news and literature is heavily censored. The narrative of Jongdal reinforces the brutality of the massacre, wherein an innocent child is shot just because of his accidental presence. The prisoner describes his own experience in prison as well as that of his fellow inmate Kim Jin Soo, wherein protesters were exposed to horrifying torture, and forced to sign documents asserting their guilt. The editor reveals the degree of censorship prevalent even years after the uprising. She is forced to edit out a majority of pro democracy plays which are published. The novel utilizes a spectrum of narrators. Some, such as Kim Jin Soo, are not allowed to speak at all. Some are allowed to express themselves, but in bits and pieces. The factory worker and Dongho and those who do express themselves, such as the prisoner, are interrupted by academicians and they realize the privileging of this intellectual interest. The title of each chapter encapsulates the anonymity of the witnesses. The boy, the boy's friend, the prisoner, the factory worker, the editor, all of these suggest a lack of individuality and agency. The opening chapter lays grounds for the novel. Dongho's introductory narration ends abruptly, yet is carried forward by other narrators throughout the novel. The events leading up to and after his death are spoken for by Yunsuk, Sunju, his mother, and the unnamed writer in the epilogue. The factory girl restrains from providing a testimony to the professor for his, as he calls it, psychological autopsy, as does the prisoner. Both of them understand the professor's underlying intentions of academic expression. In quotes, this dissertation you are planning to write, was it really going to benefit anyone other than yourself? End quotes. The writer in the epilogue sets out to continue Dongho's story even after his death, yet finds himself unable to gather any real testimony, any concrete evidence. All he is left with are official documents, photographs, a gravestone, and a few interviews with relatives. The epilogue thus becomes a metafictional commentary on the inability of intellectuals to speak for the subaltern. The memories of trauma are interrupted by intellectual mediation. The fractured information gathered by the writer becomes an analogy for the multiple, fragmented, and abrupt narratives in the novel. Kang reinforces the subalternity of the victims through her narrative structure, wherein they are spoken for and not allowed to assert freestanding expressions. Thank you. Hello? Sir, was I audible?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next participant is Debolina Mondal, student from Kaji Nazrul University. Please come forward. You are not audible. Please.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So, wait a minute. Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
So, is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. I'm Debolina Mondal and I'm from Kaji University. The topic of my paper is Race Critique of Civilization, reading Aguntuk in the light of cultural theory. Satyajit Ray, one of the most prolific artists of the 20th century, a journey that started with Potter Panchali 1955, a film adaptation of the novel with the same name, written by Bibhutibhushan Bandyopadhyay, comes to an end with the film Aguntuk, a film adaptation of the short story Otiti, written by him, released in 1991. He crafted the main protagonist of the film, Mr. Monomohan Mitro, in his own image and with all the experience that he has gathered throughout his life, with ardent love and admiration. This craftsmanship was reflected in the performance of Utpal Datta throughout the film. I have chosen Ray's last film Aguntuk as my research topic to analyze in the light of cultural theory. To proceed further in this project, we first of all have to learn about what is cultural theory. What is cultural studies? Cultural studies is an interdisciplinary study. It has been inspired by Marxism, history, anthropology, and sociology. It gives us the idea about how culture is constructed and organized. It started at Birmingham University for the Cultural Studies in 1964. The story revolves around the arrival of Mr. Monomohan Mitro, Anila Devi's long lost uncle, and his staying at Anila Devi's house for a few days. The film took its inspiration from French author Albert Camus' 1942 novella The Outsider, and uses the reference of Captain Nemo in Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Shudhindra Bose, played by Mr. Dipankar De, is very much skeptical and belongs to the bourgeois family with a materialistic view. He is very much self-centric, a face of the capitalist society, and he always wants a secure life. The office, family, and money matters more to him than anything else. And he thinks that the uncle of Anila Devi could be an impostor who comes here after so many years with the intention to swindle their property. On the other hand, his wife has a kind of affectionate feeling for her own blood relation. The character of Mr. Anila Bose, played by Mamata Shankar, is very much modern in outlook, but something but something holds her back from becoming fully modern. Her companionship with Sudhindra made her think skeptically. They are the great worshipper of the elite culture, which is the most dominant culture, always try to suppress the voices of other peripheral culture and try to build a kind of dominant discourse. Onila's character poses as an emerging voice who tries to resist her husband and asks not to be very skeptical, but the thought of the materialistic world is so dominant that it suppresses the inner voice of Onila. The female voice is always an emerging voice in the male dominated society throughout the ages. The character of Onila's Mama, Mr. Monomohan Mitro, is a contrasting character. He is the spokesperson of the emergent culture and always tries to question the dominant discourse. Though he's very much educated and cultured, he is very much rooted to the art, and he roamed throughout the world in order to quench his thirst for knowledge. He is also a character who has the Ulyssesian urge to know the unknown, and he also follows knowledge like a sinking star, where the ultimate message is that life is not worth living without some adventure in it. In the first instance, we find him uttering the names of Lord Krishna, which Lord Krishna, which actually makes us believe how much he is attached to his root. When he gives the example of Ratha Yatra in the New York City, it reflects the assimilation of culture throughout the world. According to him, we never forget our own mother tongue unless and until we intend to forget it in order to ape the foreign culture, to prove ourselves superior to others, nothing but a colonial hangover. Mr. Mitro is the voice of our conscience trying to break the normative values of our lives. The child Saptoki grows up in an atmosphere where he might be forced to be like his father. But the stranger comes as a wave and gives him the light of his enlightenment, which acts as a renaissance in the world of his conscience. He forbids the child to become a kupumunduk, a kind of subtopic. The mysterious man won the heart of the boy with his affection, humor, and intelligence. Shaptoki can think beyond the materialistic world, and the character of the wonder grandfather Chodadu creates the image of wonderland in the mind of the child. And at the end, his smile reflects a token of love or a way of saying thank you to the wonderful grandfather who had so much value to his life. The question of civilization is very much prominent here in the interaction between Mr. Mitro and Mr. Sen, Sudindro's lawyer friend, played by Dhritiman Chatterjee, questions the very notion of civilization. The question is, when whom should we call civilized? Those who are responsible for it or those who are enjoying it? Human beings come to the stage of civilization slowly and gradually. Today's civilization emerged out of the agrarian society, and in the conversation with Mr. Rokhit, played by Rovi Ghosh, we find Mr. Mitro is somewhat very bitter about civilization. When he was asked how has he found the city after so many years, in his reply, he possessed the contrasting image of a civilized metropolitan city with cars and high rises along the streets where human beings are still pulling rickshaws. Sudhindro's lawyer friend Mr. Sen is a brilliant, tough talking person who loves to see everything with contemptuous eyes. A representation of the dominant culture trying to suppress the voice of the emerging culture with his own logic and rationality. Mr. Mitra does not believe in the religion that divides people into various group classes, and sects. Through these interactions, Mr. Monomohan Mitra's life philosophy was reflected. Though Mr. Sen claims to read about the tribal culture, he fails to understand the tribal people. To him, tribal culture reminds him only of cannibalism, witchcraft, and taboos, which is a kind of accidental gaze towards the Western civilization, also is an impact of the colonization of the mind by the West on the educated non-West. While talking about the science and technology, Mr. Sen can associate it only with NASA, but Mr. Mitro said that NASA reminds him about Nesha, the addiction to drugs in the Western world. Mr. Mitro questions the hollowness of the modern world by posing a question: is there any technology that can resist this? Mr. Sen, the so called educated and civilized, was so much obnoxious in calling the aborigine civilized. Mr. Mitro gives a taunting remark that yes, we cannot call the people civilized, but we can call the people civilized those who are capable of taking the decision of destroying a whole civilization without turning a hair by using weapons and armed forces. The next morning, Mr. Mitro has left the house and fled to Shantiniketan. It seems to him a peaceful abode with the tribes. At the heart, he is a child of nature. In order to find peace and solace, he sought to flee away from claustrophobic situation of the so-called civilized selfish materialistic society, and he wanted to find his true self within the aboriginal people. He unfolds that the tribal community scholars reminds us of the rebellion of the 19th century against the British occupancy. These tribal people also represent the emergent voice that question the revolts against the dominant class culture. In the last scene, the anthropogenist Mr. Mitro gives away his property to his niche, which is a kind of lesson to the materialistic mindset. He gives more importance to the value of humanity than money. In this way, a stranger, Mr. No One, adds so much value to the valueless materialistic world, reflecting the longest word in the English dictionary uses here in this film at the very end, which means setting little or no value. It might also be reflected by the word that the whole film is portrayed to make people understand a simple thing, that the value of humanity matters more than money. It also encapsulates the idea that our one and only identity is that we are all human. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Devolina, for this wonderful speech. And the next participant is Akshat Pandey, student from University of Delhi.
Good
Akshat?
evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Akshat Pandey, presenting on the paper from the novel titled Toni Morrison's Beloved, which is nothing but a slave narrative written
Want to
under
share your PPT?
No, sir, not the PPT.
Okay, start.
So the non-linear narrative structure of Beloved, which draws its inspiration from Margaret Garner's Act of Filicides, weaves around the trauma and memory of slavery that the African slaves had to undergo. Memory is nothing but history. Antithetically, this memory shapes and reshapes our present psychological being. Morrison portrays this trauma not only through living but as well as through non-living structures like Sweet Home, 124 Bluestone Road. The Sweet Home is not only the site of oppression because of the memory it carries in the minds of its inhabitants, but through community effort, it also becomes the site of empowerment, reclaiming identities of the blacks which have been shaped through years of racial violence. Every empire stands on the dead bodies and blood of a particular section of the society. This Toni Morrison has very well portrayed in the novel. Racial inequalities starts from the Eurocentric version of their superiority, as clearly expressed in the Bible in the Genesis, that they are superior to other beings living in the earth. Even in Beowulf, which demarcates killing of dragon and the monster. The dragon is nothing but the East, and the monster is nothing but the African. So the very Eurocentric narrative of superiority emphasizes the fact in the literature from the very start of its writing. Social Darwinism and other similar discourses had done in justifying slavery and perpetuating evils on the people of color. This labor had for the empire building, the labor had to be cheap, very resourceful, which could be easily transported across the seas and had to be given minimal remuneration. Thus, the concept of the Middle Passage, which started from the Cape of Good Hope to up to the port of Nantes in France, was developed. Africa, which had abundant resources, was labeled as dark and divided among the European powers after the Berlin Conference, without no scientific analysis of the continent and no uh, regional diversity was accommodated in this division. This division was as per the convenience of the Eurocentric vision of supremacy, the travel convenience of the Eurocentrism developed in the discrimination of the Africans. This trauma survived through the oral narratives among the tribesmen and women who were sold off as slaves. The African history primarily relies itself on the oral narrative, especially in the GQ. The Fugitive Slaves Act and American Civil War brought havoc for the slaves living in the American society. Emancipation did not remove the dark and deep scars of slavery. They were legally free, but not in societally. They were still entangled in the very narrative of slavery. The non-linear narrative fragmented the structure reflects the deep scars of slavery, which are still in the minds of the slaves which were legally free. The genealogy of the novel rests on the violence. Violence is inconsistently constant throughout the novel, and the uniqueness is that this violence is gender neutral. It occurs especially on men and as well as women. The role of Seed as a mother was to take care of beloved and nurture her as a mother, but this does not happen, proving the violence as gender neutral. What happens is the filicide, the killing of her own child by 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 Seed, which is othering of violence from male to up to female. The violence of slavery was primarily set upon by the white man on the black man, but black women was also not left untouched. Morrison wrote Beloved in parts to highlight the silence, uncomfortable truths of a so-called comfortable path. Seed is the margin which the center cannot hold. The falling of margin is the fall of traditional principles of being a mother and carrying forward a motherhood. This fall is due to the violence which is essential for the telling of any slave narrative, for instance. In this peculiar gender crisis, Margaret Gardner's story is very relative. Drawn inspiration from the real life story of Margaret Gardner, who killed her own child, Morrison draws uh, the genre of magical realism to clearly put out the conditions in which Paul A, Paul D, and Paul F were discriminated and subdued under the narrative of slavery. Unresolved trauma can consume a person's element. Healing is not just a solitary assignment, but it also requires community support. The community support is gathered by baby Suggs, her mother-in-law. The choke cherry tree on Seed's back is the symbolic of the discrimination under which through which Seed had to undergo. Slave narrative. It is an irony that to represent that excesses that is used by the writers to represent the literary aesthetics of the blacks, which is binary. This is binary representation is problematic at two levels. First, it fixes the position of the black and whites. Secondly, it does not provide alternate ways of representation other than historical narration. The real growth of any literary character is to overcome or subdue it in order to achieve its liberation. But Seed ends up becoming a pawn in the hands of the people who victimized her. Thus, in the conclusion, I would like to say filicide may be justified in order to reclaim the identity, but by and large, it is an animalistic act after all. Killing is not an act of civilization. It belongs to the animal kingdom. Burden of trauma is what which finally makes 124 Blue Stone Road peaceful from being spiteful. This act signifies cannibalism, legacy of survival. Fugitive history is remembered in the most heroic, horrific way. She in real terms couldn't save her child, but in alternate terms also she becomes a racially subaltern, which is a debatable character. She is not only the victim but also ends up becoming the perpetrator in the hands of the white who subdued her for generations. That's all. Thank you and have a nice day.
Okay, thank you, Aksar, for this excellent demonstration. So our today's last participant is Tondrima Dhara. Please come forward.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. And Tondrima Dhara is a student of Vidyasagar University.
Yes, sir.
You can start now.
Okay, sir. I am unable to present my paper. I am just reading it loud, okay?
Okay, okay. And just put on the camera. I mean, switch on the camera.
Okay, sir. Am I visible?
Yeah, you are visible.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tandrima Dhara. I am from Vidyasagar University. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. So the entitled paper is The Maricchapi Massacre, Subaltern Voices, and Post-Colonial Ecological Justice in Amitabh Ghosh's The Hungry Tide. Introduction, Overview of the Maricchapi Massacre. The 1979 forced displacement of Dalit refugees under the guise of environmental conservation of Sundarban, a dark chapter in post-colonial ecological and social justice history. Significance of the Hungry Tide, a literary exploration of marginalized voices and ecological conflicts in the Sundarbans, highlights the clash between environmental policies and human survival. The research objective. The paper explores ecological justice and subaltern struggle of Maricchapi massacre within a post-colonial lens as depicted in the novel The Hungry Tide. The novel depicts the struggle over the environmental conflict and forced displacement as a result of colonial history that still persists in society. Historical background. The Maricchapi massacre occurred in 1979 in the Sundarbans, West Bengal. Thousands of Namasudra Dalit refugees displaced under the pretext of environmental conservation. Police fired upon refugees, leading to deaths and suffering. Key causes and context. After Bangladesh got independence in 1971, a large number of Namasudra Dalit refugees came to Bengal and attempted self-sufficient settlement on Maricchapi Island. In 1979, they were forcefully evicted. Government policies prioritized ecological preservation over human rights. Significance. Symbol of systematic oppression and neglect of marginalized communities, reflects colonial legacies in post-colonial governance. Literature review, subaltern theory and marginalization. Disa Dhaya explores the theory of subalternity by Ranajit Guha and Gayatri Chakrabarti Spivak, where the elite class people dominate the subaltern people through coercion and persuasion. The Hungry Tide reflects resistance and survival of marginalized groups like Kusum and Fakir. Political ecology and power dynamics. Jonathan Brooks uses the concept of Paul Robbins, where policies were used as tools of oppression, creating ecological winners and losers. The Hungry Tide critiques government prioritization of nature over human needs, eco-criticism, and environmental conflict. Garrard says the relationship between humans and the non-humans represents nature in literature to emphasize the importance of preserving wildlife and nature. Hungry Tide explores balance between protecting nature as well as the conservation of endangered species and other aspects of environmental care. Key perspectives, ecological preservation versus human rights as central conflict. Theoretical framework, Rob Nixon's slow violence is a gradual, invisible form of violence that unfolds over time, disproportionately affecting marginalized communities. Relevance to Hungry Tide. The Maricchapi massacre demonstrates slow violence through forced displacement under the guise of conservation. Long-term ecological and social impacts on Dalit refugees remain invisible in dominant narratives. Key insights. Policies justified as environmental conservation perpetuate systematic injustice and suffering. The novel critiques these policies by foregrounding subaltern voices and highlighting the human cost of ecological decisions. Analysis of the Hungry Tide. Maricchapi massacre as slow violence, forced displacement, Dalit refugees evicted under the guise of tiger conservation, invisible harm, refugee struggle erased from dominant narratives, lasting impact, loss of livelihoods, cultural ties, and generational sufferings. Human cost of ecological policies. Bengal tiger preservation prioritized over human survival. Policies create long-term poverty, social marginalization, and ecological losers. Voices from the novel Kusum. Our lives, our existence was worthless. Highlights systematic dehumanization. Fakir symbolizes the loss of indigenous knowledge and harmony with nature. Conclusion. Ghosh critiques ecological policies that perpetuate oppression under the guise of conservation. The novel exposes the slow violence inflicted on marginalized communities. Conclusions and key insights. The Marijhapi massacre exemplifies Rob Nixon's slow violence, highlighting the invisible long-term harm to marginalized communities. Broader implication, balance needed, environmental preservation, and must consider that needs, rights, and of vulnerable communities. Subaltern voices, literatures like The Hungry Tide amplifies marginalized voices challenging dominant narratives. The Hungry Tide urges readers to question the ethics of conservation policies and recognize the intertwined struggles of human and nature. Thank you. It's okay.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for these wonderful sessions. I mean, the session have been flourished by your wonderful speeches. Thanks to all of you. We'll be looking forward to contact you in future for this kind of sessions. Thanks to all of you, and goodbye. Take care.